would Lewis get a glory run or Alex get a glory run on those tires and set a really so in the afternoon, that's something that I'm looking at is will those tires come out? I expect them to come out, and when they do, how fast are they going to go? How dominant are those tires going to be? So no, Hamilton is a 7-time champion, not an 8-time champion. Everyone wants him to be an 8-time champion, but he did not win in 2021. But moving on, Hamilton um, could go out on those C5 or C6 tires and do a blazing time. So I think Max is a potential for being on top of the board. Again, he's going to be all day affair with Max. But Hamilton could be at the top of the board at the end of the day, and Alex Albon could be at the top of the board. With Sainz's performance yesterday, we know that Williams has a good car. Not a great car, but a good car. And it's something that's going to push them into that a fight for that fifth spot. Definitely with Aston Martin. Definitely. And that's something. Again, you've got Sainz as he's a race winner, and he's pushing that car to what it can do. So if you have been historically a Williams fan, this is the year to be excited because Sainz is gonna really push that car and really do magical things with that car, and that's gonna push pressure on Alex because he's got no excuses. He's raced against Latifi, the damn American, and Colapino, and with him and all of them, they were all crash happy. He doesn't have the place to be crash happy anymore. He's got a teammate who's legitimately going to challenge him. So Elijah thinks he's 8 at the end of the year. Well, that's why we're here to see. I mean, if that were to happen, that would be amazing. All right, that would break the record. I believe he's tied with Schumacher at 7. So to get number 8 would be amazing. To see Max get number 5 in a row to match Schumacher would be amazing as well. So we've got lots of different stories. The fact that if Norris wins would be his first championship would be an amazing story altogether as well. Leclerc getting the championship would be an amazing story. So there's lots of different lines of stories of who can compete, who should be competing, and it's going to be an amazing story regardless. So okay, so on the line right now we've got Red Bull, and they've got an air rig on. So is Racing Bulls, and then behind them is, I believe, the Haas. Go look back, and then is anyone in front of them? Nope, it's green light now. We're going for it. Yeah, I mean, like some of you want to call the World Drive. I mean, it is what it is with the competition. We're again at the beginning of the season. It's a level playing field. I mean, Leclerc has much of right to say he's in competition as Hamilton, as Norris, as Verstappen. Depending on how things play out, I mean, we could say that Russell is in contention for the World Drivers' Championship as well at this point. I mean, he's the number one driver there. So it's going to be Verstappen, Haddad, Behrman, Bortella, Leclerc, and Doohan. The first 6 out on track. Albon will be him after. Doohan is stopped the moment because he's probably going to do a pit lane start. That's why he's there. Alonso out. So after Albon, it'll be Alonso. Leclerc is out. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only one is, I believe, Norris and Gasly, the last 2. Which cars are dogs? Sauber, Alpine. Alpine looked okay, but not necessarily great. They've been okay. They've been okay, but not necessarily great. Um, Comes Antonelli out, or is it Russell? Was the board saying? So it should be Kimi Antonelli. We've got some rogue data on the board at the moment. It's got Russell out, but that should be Antonelli. Have you been impressed with Antonelli so far? Um, yes and no. There's talent there. There's obviously talent there. That's something that we can't deny. But um, yeah, it's a long way to go for Antonelli. It's still early for Antonelli. Um, it's not that he's not talented. It's just that it's a raw talent right now. Um, I think there's something wrong with the board at the moment. And give it a moment for them that they'll fix it eventually. Like Russell's out on track, but it's really Antonelli. Emily's at the in the where Russell's on track. That's really Antonelli. Doohan did come in and come out, so it didn't update his. So there's some screwiness with the track at the moment with a few people. Again, it's testing. Do you believe Lewis was robbed in 2021? No, no. I gotta go with a no on that at this point. Because if you say yes, you open up the past in ways that it's not really appropriate anymore. Yeah, I mean, if you say if Lewis was robbed in 2021, then you open up the door. Did um, Crashgate screw over? And I forgot who the driver is. And who's trying to sue basically over the fact that Crashgate basically changed the outcome of the championship where Lewis won and he didn't. So now that opens. So if you say he was robbed in 20, Lewis was robbed in 21, you open up the door for that as well. So that is unfortunate. That's why I don't say he was. And again, Max did pass him on track. I know all of the flags and whatnot. He did pass it on track, and if you look at that, I've had the same issue with the Indianapolis 500 in the past few years, where Ericsson was passed by um, um, Newgarden on the last lap to win it, and he then do it. Newgarden does it again last year over Pato Award to win back-to-back Indianapolis 500. So, yeah, you guys are playing a dangerous game when you start talking like that, and that's really what it is. It is what it is. You don't have to like it, I want to be clear. You don't have to like that it happened or how it went down, but you do have to admit that it did went down. Do you agree that that with Russell, that someone should stand up to Max? I mean, Russell's standing up to it. He's the one doing it, and that's a moment of get out the popcorn and enjoy the fireworks as it goes off. Antonelli just did a fastest lap with a 131, 738 with fastest sector 2, sector 3. So moving on right now. Julian is asking, where is my Franco? Franco is the reserve driver for Alpine. So that's within itself a story. Um, So, well, before I get into more into that, I just want to point out that there's a yellow flag behind the Aston Martin. So something's up with the Aston Martin. He went to the end of the lane. He hasn't passed the line, and then the they've stopped the car, and they've now rolling the car back. So there is a localized yellow in the pit lane because they're rolling back the Aston Martin car back to the garage, and something is up. Again, back to Julian. Is he a reserve driver? Yes. So Antonelli is the reserve driver for Alpine. That is a very strange move, and it's a very let's put this in perspective. You don't make that signing if you don't think he might go into the car, and that puts pressure on Doohan to perform. So that will be one of that's so for Alpine. Even before we get to preseason testing, we've got drama with Alpine already, a team that's been within drama for the past 3 years. What do you think of Bordello? Bordello was the F2 champion last year, and that by itself holds weight. And the fact that he was promoted to F1 after winning after winning the F2 championship. Let's see what happened. They're doing a replay, and yeah, he pulls out of the garage, and they're like, something's wrong, and he pulls to the side. Yeah, so ultimately, they knew immediately when as soon as was it Alonso got into the fast lane and the pit lane, something was wrong with the engine, and so they told him right away to pull over. So yeah, Checo is so again the other drama. After we left Abu Dhabi, Red Bull did part way with Checo. That allowed for um, Liam Lawson to move up from the Racing Bulls to the mothership. That opened up the seat in the Racing Bulls, and now we see Isaac Haddad, who was second in F2, and he almost had a chance to win. It was unfortunate. The last race in F2, there was an issue with his car, and that took him out of contention to compete for the F2 championship. So he's very much he's been on the radar. He's been talented. He's a talented rookie. He was talented. He's done well in F2 multiple years. Um, for no fault of his own, could not compete for the championship in the last race. So he's been promoted to, essentially what was Daniel Ricciardo's old seat, effectively. We go back through Liam Lawson, in that regards. I do not watch the FNFL. Show everything. Come on. So again, going back, our first big story of this morning already within 10 minutes, Aston Martin is a mess. There's no difference to it. Coming out of testing, Aston Martin is a mess. The first day they've done the fewest amounts of laps these 2 days. They haven't looked good. They haven't, and I don't know what to tell you. They haven't. They are not in a good place. And that if those of you who are for Aston Martin fans, that's not a good sign. They're regressing, and they're regressing as within the next 6 weeks, their Newey's going to come on board, and that's not good to have Newey come on board as this is happening. Then Eden Lai cheering for Leclerc. We've got Vlad loving our streams. Thank you so much. So right now, if the 26 cars sound like electric cars, they're not going to sound like electric cars. They're not going to sound like Formula E. So Clerk just passed top of the leaderboard with 131.314. Again, both of these worked on medium tires. Clerk had the fastest first sector.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, well, joining me right now is Evan, our Masters of Numbers here at Racing Statistics. He's one of our new commentators joining the channel this year. We will have more as the year goes on, but he is the first one to join us this year. Thank you so much. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. I did tune into the bits of second day of testing yesterday. Of course, it was a bit wet, so not much happened for about an hour and a half in the session I was able to watch. But yeah, one thing I was quite impressed by was Lewis Hamilton. He was absolutely on it yesterday. I was really impressed, and the fact that his time still stood quite comfortably as second fastest overall, even after the night running. I think that was rather impressive from him.
More impressive was Carlos Sainz.
Oh,
He's
100%.
in a Williams. This is he he is showing. I mean, like one of the questions that came up with Matt and Tommy at FP1 was did Ferrari hire the wrong person? Yeah, it's one of those. It's going to be one of those interesting stories. Anytime that Sainz is going to outperform Hamilton, that's going to come up. Anytime Sainz is going to outperform Leclerc, that's going to come out even more. So it's going to be crazy. One of those lines of stories that we're going to have to follow throughout the year.
And I must say, considering where we saw Williams for most of last year, the fact we are possibly considering one of their drivers ever throughout the season outperforming a Ferrari is pretty crazy stuff, which not only shows that they've shown pretty comfortable pace from both Albon and Sainz during preseason testing, but Sainz, man, I wouldn't hesitate to say he'll probably outperform Hamilton and Leclerc at some point this season.
Yeah, I mean it's these stories that we're playing out already that are going to make this year interesting.
I mean,
I was a French tractor P3 again since the really Grand Prix. They're talking about doing in P3. His last lap was 133, but his best lap has been a 132 912 on a used hard tire. Yeah, I think for me today, the thing, and I've mentioned already before you arrived, what is Max going to do in the afternoon session? Is one question. Another question is both Williams and Ferrari have the C5 red and a C6 red, and I am curious to see what happens when they bolt those on and they send them out. And I suspect they're going to send them out on like a low fuel, quality run type setting to see how they perform. Some sort of glare run in the afternoon when the track is at its best.
Yeah, I would imagine that we will see at least one of the Ferraris or one of the Williams on top of one of the Williams, Alex Albon. He's going to be the only Williams participating in the afternoon session, and it'll be Hamilton in this afternoon session. So
Yeah,
I imagine that we'll see one of them at the top.
So the Aston Martin did eventually get that car back out and sent it out on track. It did do about two laps. Something had gone. They sent out the car. They made an adjustment, sent the car back out, and it came to stop before the pit lane exit. And they rolled it back, fixed it, sent it back out. He does
Yeah.
have the air wake on the car, and that's behind the front wheels, between the wheels and the cockpit, basically.
Hang on.
Tim is here again. He's good morning from Texas. Howdy from Texas as well. If you guys want to type in chat where you are listening, watching from, we'll give you a shout out in a little bit. Just hit 200 likes. Thank you so much. Norris coming out on track right now. We've got Norris doing it out on track right now. Todd's asking, why time's this alert today? It's warmer today, actually. That's actually one of the scenarios. It's sunny, clear skies, so the track is actually warmer. Track is 26.7. Yesterday was like 10 degrees lower. Air temperature is 17.2. That's about 4 or 5 degrees. It was 4 or 5 degrees lower yesterday. Humidity 47%. So we've been in that range past 2 days. So that hasn't changed, but it is much warmer today. And it's also the morning session. That's the other piece to play in right now. So those are two things. Why are things are slower today?
One thing I just noted, because if I'm not going crazy, despite what I thought it was recorded as being, is Fernando Alonso in this morning session, correct?
It is Alonso in the morning session.
That means that Alonso won't have gotten an evening session or afternoon evening session.
Is that true? Oh boy.
I believe so. Because Fernando, because I haven't seen Stroll out on track yet. So I think that's a bit rough on him. Like I know there's some deep set favoritism there. But I feel like they could have been fair enough to at least give him one evening opportunity, like they have, well, like most other teams have. To only have gotten one is pretty harsh. Oh, none. Sorry, none.
Hold on. We were missing a driver. Stroll was the missing driver. What is going on?
Missing
Hold on.
driver? We're missing a
Yeah,
driver.
he's not. We're missing.
What's Stroll up to?
Well, that's a good question. I'm now gonna take a look at the live timing.
Shout out to my man from Rotorua. Brilliant place. I love it there.
Yeah,
I just
when I look at the preseason testing, Stroll was supposed to be in this morning. So now I'm
that's
wondering. So, but onside back out.
definitely an odd move. I'd definitely say that. I can't
Okay,
think of really any reason.
the news. So there is some news. So Lance is not feeling 100% this morning.
Okay.
So Alonso will be in the morning instead, and then they will confirm their driver lineup for the afternoon a little later on. He was supposed to. So he was supposed to. So yeah, so you are correct. He was to drive the afternoon, but now he's taken both of the morning sessions. So he's driven all the morning sessions. So it's a game time decision later on if Stroll is going to drive in the afternoon, if he's better, or if Alonso's just going to drive the whole day.
As much as, I mean, it would suck for anyone. I'm not going to pass any hate on Lance Stroll. Missing, if you were to only get 2 sessions in. But it is kind of rough on Fernando, because he hasn't done anything wrong in this situation. He's just got unlucky. And there's nothing he can do about that.
My suspicion is that Alonso's probably going to drive in the afternoon.
I think that would be the fairest way to go about it.
I mean, it's a
And
fair, but I think
really,
I think that might be the scenario that we're looking at. But they're trying to like
yeah,
let's if Stroll can get get the fluids in him, feel better, get out, yeah, definitely put him out on track. But right now, um, if he's not well, basically, well, again, we'll know.
yeah,
So, this developing
yeah.
story, as we put it, this is
Mm.
as we talk right now. Albon is the only one on track. Again, it's going to be an all-day affair with Albon. Yesterday we saw science from both the sessions, so today we're going to see Albon for both of the sessions.
And I would imagine, because I didn't see the afternoon evening session because that's at about 3 a.m. for me.
Yeah.
I would
So
imagine that Albon will probably do a similar session and probably do a race simulation, which I wasn't expecting that from any of the teams, but I think it's actually a really wise move.
I'm just gonna call out some people they put in there. So we got Joel from Dodge City, Kansas, Rotoa from Rotoa, New Zealand. We got Humeric from Romania. We have people from Belgium. Chris Scott, also from Texas. Hey y'all, I'm not from Texas, but I'll try. John is from China. Aiden is from England. Brisbane, Australia. Tim, welcome aboard. Trying to see who else is put in. Again, right now we've got Albin and Leclerc on track. Basically, Leclerc is on his out lap right now. He's currently P2 on the board with the best time with a 131.314 lap. He's on a medium tire, a new medium tire. Specifically, I believe he's on a C3 tire, and Albin's on a C2 tire. So these are the only ones who are out on track right now. Kyle is asking which midfield team could look like and challenge the top four teams. We've been talking about Williams. Definitely Williams has, Williams right now.
I'd say Williams is honestly the favourite right now to be fifth in the constructors.
I have a feeling
Without a
that,
doubt,
yeah,
Alpine maybe, but I think no offense to doing, he's not doing a terrible job, honestly. But I do think he will definitely be scoring less points than Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz this season. That's not really up the question. And I don't. And Pierre, I think if the Williams is good this year, he and Albon I think could be close. But I think Carlos will comfortably outperform Pierre in similar machinery.
Oh yeah,
So
easily.
I think
No,
Williams will have that in the back.
No, I mean Carlos is a much better driver than Gasly. I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
Yeah,
if we were looking at F1's driver ratings, Carlos is I think he's definitely got the higher scores than and that's just no offense to him. It's just it is what it is.
Yeah.
We got people from the Netherlands right now.
To be fair, we're not slandering Pierre there. He's definitely a capable driver and he's had strong performances. But Carlos Sainz, like, just to put it into perspective for those who aren't aware, every single team he has driven for has improved over the time he's been at the team. So, most notably Ferrari, I think his first year with Ferrari, they were fourth in the championship. Third or fourth. I believe it was fourth. And his last year with them, they were second. Renault, I think, made an improvement from like eighth to sixth in the constructors. He just seems to have this ability to improve a team just by his presence. And I've heard from people who've worked with him that they will say that his ability to give feedback on what it's like to drive the car and how to improve the car is flawless and allows for very successful improvement of the cars. So I would imagine that will become that is going to be something that throughout the rest of his career, which I do hope will have a fair bit of time still left in it. I mean,
I need
he's
to step
only
in quickly. The track map is glitched right now, guys. When we're trying to figure out what is going on with it. So please wait as that gets fixed. As it happened, Clark did go P1 with a 1:30.861. So it is early in the session. Again, these times are going to topple even further. We'll probably see even more. Like, we'll probably get to a low 1:30 possibly during this session.
Mm.
Again, right now we've got Leclerc, Antonelli's on out lap, and Behrman's out on track right now. So we've got 3 people on track right now.
I think one thing that is worth shouting out, as I did reference it on day one, was people's was the closeness to last year's Bahrain Grand Prix times. And I mentioned the fact that on day one alone, we've reached the fastest lap from the Grand Prix itself, which was set by Max. However, I then, not expecting it to be close, but out of curiosity, I looked to the pole lap, also set by Max Verstappen, which was a 1:29.1. Sainz's fastest lap time yesterday, a 1:29.3. So we've got very strong pace now in these cars. And I mean, I don't think Williams would necessarily be sandbagging much. They might be, and that car might be even better than we think. But they definitely aren't sandbagging as much as other teams. But
There's a piece of
something happened.
Behrman's engine cover. What has happened?
Oh, yeah. What's happened? Is he good?
What has happened?
Bit of a.
This might
It
be red
looks
flag.
pretty aggressively removed.
Camilla, please don't say that. Well, no, please say that. Well, it's off the track. It's off the
I don't
track.
think it would have to be a red flag for that. I think they could probably just wait till there's no one in that immediate vicinity.
Where
Someone
did he
could run out and
lose?
grab it.
Where is
It's
it
on the
from,
main
though?
straight.
Yeah, but it's
The
off the track. Oh, it's the back engine cover.
That's like engine cover. What?
Whoa!
How did he lose that?
How did that happen?
I looked away from the broadcast for 2 seconds, and there's just a gap on the side of that Haas now. I imagine we'll get a replay of that in a minute. But yeah, that's a really weird failure. He seems to be driving okay, so and everything underneath it seems intact.
Yeah, it doesn't look like
Genuinely, it looks like a screw failed.
Yeah, and that's oh boy. Yeah. So they're saying that he was starting a fast lap, faster than anything they've done so far today, or previously to previous 2 days, and that's when this incident has happened.
That's pretty concerning. If I'm to be completely honest, because that's a bit of the side pod cover as well. A bit of the side pod's ripped off. Because for those, of course, who can't see it, we're talking from roughly halfway up the MoneyGram logo on the left side of the car, all the way down to nearly halfway down the side pod. There's just a gaping hole where there was a bit of carbon fiber. Some of it is still attached and is somewhat flickering around in the wind. But that, like, it genuinely looks like someone's nosedived into him. But of course, he was going down a straight by himself.
So we have gone to a yellow flag with a track hazard. And here comes the marshal over the fence. Okay, so the marshal has gone over the fence and has grabbed the piece of the engine cover, and we're now back to green running.
Yeah, I would imagine that would be a reasonably straightforward procedure, especially when Not too many people will be pushing.
Again, we just had a yellow flag because we needed to put a marshal onto the track to retrieve debris from basically part of the engine cover, the back engine cover for Behrman's car basically came off, and he's now being pulled into the garage. And yeah, it's obviously they're gonna do a wall of humans to surround that, and as they go to work on that. People are saying Baby Russell. They're talking about Antonelli. They're making fun of Antonelli as Baby Russell. So the people are a little bit confused in chat. That's what people mean.
Oh, actually, I think I know what they were. Were they? Are you guys? I did see a very small Mercedes like pin going around the track for a minute. Was that did that say Russell on? Is that what they might be referring to?
Yeah,
That?
Antonelli's been going around track. One of the glitches we're having with the map was that Antonelli's on track, but it shows Russell, but it's small.
Oh yeah.
So that's where the baby Russell is coming from. It's not Russell on track. It is Antonelli.
Yes, Russell definitely sitting this one out. However, he will be back this.
We have Albon, Alonso, Leclerc, Norris, Bartolelli, and Doohan and Verstappen out on track currently.
I must say, I am quite excited to see Bortoletto in the car because, of course, he's only done evening sessions up until now, so I haven't seen him yet. And he's looking about as comfortable as Hulkenberg was in that car, so that's
a good sign.
Good to see.
Yeah, it's a good start.
And his times are not far off what I would have expected, really. Of course, the Sauber once again looking like the people who are going to be bringing up the back. However, I think they'll be a bit closer this year. I don't think it'll be quite as noticeable as it was last year. I think with Hulkenberg especially, who's a very capable driver, they'll probably be. I reckon he could probably average like 15th across the season, which of course not great, but definitely reasonable.
Some questions in chat right now. Some questions in chat we need to answer. Why is Norris' time not recorded? Because he's come out on track and didn't do a complete lap. Basically, he's basically previously has come out on track, come right back in. Right now he's on. He's done that a couple times. He's actually on a lap right now, which will be recorded because he started on the finish start line. Unless he abandons a lap and comes in. The other question was where's Hamilton? Basically, Leclerc is in this session, so each team has only got one driver in each of the sessions. So we've got. We saw basically Sainz and doing yesterday all day. So that's what. So today we're going to have Albon and Max in the car all day. Right now, the one curveball is basically Alonso's in the car right now. He was scheduled for the afternoon. Stroll was scheduled today. Stroll is not 100%, so they put Alonso in the car. It will be a game time decision later on today whether Alonso drives the afternoon or Stroll drives the afternoon. We'll find out. We'll find out later. My gut feeling is probably it's going to be Alonso, but is yet to be seen. Someone also brought up that Kimi could break the youngest driver record. He's got the he could. If that were to happen, that would be insane. That would be another one of those holy cow, this year's insane out of the gate type scenarios.
Generational stuff. Because it's by, I think it's China. He has to have it done by. He has to have won by. As we see Max Verstappen jump up to 4th with a 1:31.501. However, Albon's on a. I think he might have backed off. He had a strong first sector, but I think he might have got caught in a bit of traffic from the looks of things.
So Jack says, what are the green mini sectors? So basically, we have the sector times, and then we have subsectors, and so those are green. Those bars represents the subsector. So it's like as usual. Yellow did not improve in that sector. Green has improved in that subsector. Purple is the fastest in that subsector. So Albin right now has purple sectors, yellow sectors, green sectors. You look at Haddad down at P9. He starts in sector 1 with 3 blue bars. That means he's exited the pits. If you look at Leclerc, who's currently in the pits, he ended the last bar is blue, meaning he entered the pits. The one color we have not seen yet, thank God, not yet, but is the red bar, and that is basically indicate that an incident has happened on track and they have stopped at that location. It's a stop location where they stopped on track, and then the gray bar is going for the future of that lap that hasn't happened yet. So those are the colors that you're going to see. Again, very much like lap times, sector times, same colors in that regards.
I did see a question.
Haddad is
pop up.
on
Oh, you go.
just to point out, Haddad is on a C4 tire. It's not updated on our data, and that's basically that hasn't been pushed out to the public data or API properly yet. So that will be updated in a moment or so. But he's on a C4 medium tire.
Now I did see a question, which I think is a very good question, and I was asking myself this a couple of times, which is, what have we actually learnt from this? Really, it is very hard to analyze a.
No,
Williams. Really, that's the big thing.
Yeah, Williams is performing much better than they did last year, and probably is in that that C5 P5 position. We know Aston Martin has not looked good, and it just feels like now Alonso's out on track. He's now done 10 laps total, which is a good sign after what's happened this morning. Yeah, we need. He's now pounding laps, which is a good sign for Aston Martin right now. But the past 2 days have not looked good for them. So there's a question of their performance. Haddad just did a 133.164, moving him up to his best lap so far, moving him up to P7.
We also saw we got a decent shot of the piece that had fallen off the Haas for a minute. And if I were to estimate its size, it looked about a meter in length and maybe about half a meter to a bit more in height. And in American units, that's about 3 and a bit feet long. So it was a decent sized bit of carbon fiber that came off.
About a yard's length across its along its longest axis. That's not good.
Yeah, I saw. I wasn't sure who was holding it, but I did see someone holding it, and it looked about half their height.
For an average yard, if you hold your hands out like in a T pose, a yard is just a little bit longer than the average human being from fingertip to fingertip. So that was a significant piece of the engine. That covering has got pulled off, really.
And there was some other bits that was still attached to the car, but it peeled up a bit, which would have added a bit more to it.
Ooh, hot prediction. Joel is predicting Nico's first podium in a Sauber. Ooh, that is a hot take of all. That is definitely a hot take.
And if I were to call where it's going to happen, it's if there's going to be any track where if the Sauber is like bottom 3 teams, which I'm realistically not seeing them being higher than bottom 3 teams, it's going to happen in Monaco. And this is following on from an idea that Karun Shandok had on the main broadcast yesterday. So I'll follow on from his point, where he said, with the for those who aren't aware, a new ruling has been made for the Monaco Grand Prix that requires that has a mandatory 2 pit stops. And this is basically just in a response to what happened last year, where everyone, I think, everyone down to George Russell, who I think finished 5th, didn't pit, except for the red flag. Then Hamilton and Verstappen pitted. However, they didn't gain or lose positions from it. And then no one else pitted until you get to, I think, 11th place. So it's in a response to that. And an idea he suggested that a team could try if they were further back on the grid is start on a soft compound tire, push for about 10 laps, then pit, go on to the newly introduced C6 tires, now in completely clean air, because now they could be like nearly 30 seconds off the person who's ahead of them. So they've got a bunch of clean air and they can do a bunch of pushing. And then once they catch the cars ahead, or once the tires degrade too much, they come back into the pits onto a hard compound tire and finish the race like that. And in theory, there's the possibility that a strategy like that could beat out, like, could get you 5 or 6 if you play it really well. And I wouldn't be surprised to see someone like Sauber doing it. And if they pull it perfectly, maybe with a decent starting position as well, I wouldn't say it's impossible that Nico could not only get a decent points finish, but if he's very, very lucky, he could get a podium. He could.
That.
Or if
So
we get a
we've
wet
got-
Brazilian Grand Prix and he pulls like a 2012 all over again.
What? Yeah, please don't put fake news in the chat, guys. Like Abbey Police is not replacing Stroll. That's not true. We know that's not true.
It would be interesting to see, but unfortunately not true.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Oh,
it would appear my
boy.
monitor's just turned off. 2 seconds. I can't see what's going on.
Oh, I hit the wrong person. That's not good. My apologies for the Studies Yes user. You were next to someone else who I made a mistake on. Oh boy. Anyways, yeah, no, but basically, the other mistake I made was that Joel was not the one who made the prediction. It was Sarah, and I want to give credit to her. Thank you for correcting me, Joel. Sarah is the one with the hot take about Nico getting the podium. So yeah, Hada just moved up to 6 with a 132.706 lap time on a new, and that's on a used medium tire. Proved in Sector 1, Sector 3 on that lap. He is 3 people on track. Norris and Doohan is on track as well. This has not. Why is he not setting times? That's something odd.
Who's not setting times?
Norris. He has not set a time as of yet. He keeps coming. Yeah, he just came to the pits again.
He actually just hasn't crossed. I don't think I've seen him cross the line yet.
Yeah, he must have come out and just come back in the pits each time. That's interesting.
Yeah.
There must be doing some sort of adjusting, and they're testing something, adjusting it lap by lap. They're setting him out on basically installation laps. That's really crazy.
Yeah, it's been interesting that McLaren's been doing this so much.
They've been setting things up in the morning and then run laps. They then do most of their run laps later that afternoon in the afternoon session. So well, this has been the modus operandi of McLaren this preseason testing, and it doesn't show anything. That's one of the things. It's like I know Norris was top of the board earlier In what he was, I think day one he was top of the board.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much it. Work in progress says they project that Doohan will be dropping for the Miami Grand Prix. Ooh, that's early. That's very true.
I, I'm not actually sure if they're allowed to. I was fairly certain it was 6 Grand Prix that he was confirmed for 20. Actually, no, I don't know. I don't think it specifies. I think it's just 6 Grand Prix. So that would include Abu Dhabi 2024. So I think that yes, it would be Miami would be his 7th. Yeah, Miami would be his 7th Grand Prix then, because it's the 6th in this season. So if that's the first race where they are allowed to contractually drop him. But honestly, if you look at his times now, he's currently 5th, a decent way off Albon, but a comfortable gaps ahead of Hadjar. He's really not he's not looking horrendous. We've definitely seen
No,
people feeling more uncomfortable in their cars this weekend.
but no,
And the Alpine hasn't looked terrible either.
he's under a second from Leclerc's time, which is a good place to be. I mean, again, as things go, Doohan is in the driver's seat for his own destiny. He needs to score points, any points, in the first few races to show. It basically Gasly. The Alpine needs to scoring points. He needs to be outperforming Gasly. He needs to score points. A point is going to be huge. Getting points, getting 2 points in a race, getting P10, P9, P8, getting in there is where he needs to be if he wants to keep his seat, really. And he's got to outperform Gasly at the same time doing that as well. And that's just it's tough. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he's under pressure out of the gate, and there's that's what the team is looking at. You don't bring on Colapino as your reserve driver. You don't think he's going to jump into the car at some point. They literally pulled Colapino from Williams, where he was the reserve driver there, to be their reserve driver. And we know that who's in charge of who did they bring back from Alpine? Controversial man. I'm blanking on his name. But he's
Flavio Briatore.
Yeah, this is Flavio in action. Ooh, they're
I just
showing,
saw the McLaren. Yeah,
and the
that
wing is
McLaren is
flex.
vibrating
It's vibrating,
aggressively.
but also the wing is flexing.
Yeah, very
That was the
flex.
other
Very
the
flex.
other that was the other thing, is that wing was flexing as the car was moving.
And something I've also just noticed when we've gone back to the Sauber, I think the McLaren had. I don't know if it's the McLaren had another component to the front wing, or the Sauber has one less. Because it looks like the Sauber's only got 2 parts. It might just be the shading on the front wing, where there's a bit that's black. But it looks like it's only split in 2, whilst the McLaren's is split in 3. Which is interesting. I'm not sure what the standard is for this season's cars. I've got to go
I know
double check
work in
that.
progress is pointing in chat. They won't drop him because of his performance. They'll drop him because of the money from Colapino sponsors and huge fan base. That's true as well. But if he is performing, if he's scoring points, this is what's going back. It's a tough uphill battle that he faces. If he is scoring points, you can't justify putting Colapino into the car at that point. If he's not scoring points. That's the thing. If Gasly's destroys him in the first 3 qualifications, and he's behind, he's back of the field, or he's even he's not scoring points, he's 11, 12. Then you get in a scenario where it makes sense to put Colapino in. So there's this one window of where. It's not that you're wrong, the work in progress. Not that you're wrong. It's just there's this one window where, if Doohan is performing, they don't have a reason to replace him. but it's a very small window, and it's a very high bar to be on, and it's not fair. But this is F1. This is the other person who's in that hot seat. I mean, literally, the question is who's got a hotter seat? Is it Doohan or is it Liam Lawson? And I'll be honest with you, right now the hotter seat, the temperature is hotter for Doohan than it is for Liam Lawson. So, Bortolo is on track right now. We only do F1. We don't do WEC. I'll be honest with you. I would push for IndyCar to be the next. Is Haas sandbagging? No, Haas is not sandbagging because they just lost an engine cover piece. Haas is doing whatever they want, and they're happy with it.
Yeah, they're just not doing push laps, really. That's it.
Yeah, they're not doing push laps.
Doing race ones.
And they're just pounding laps. And that's the scenario that you need to look at. Is like, yeah, they're not the fastest on the track, but they've done 50% to twice as many more laps than the other teams, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Not well right now because they've got an engine cover issue that they need to fix.
Yes. I believe, yes, Behrman has done the lowest number of laps of anyone at 8 currently, approaching nearly the end of the first hour.
Good question. If Lawson doesn't perform, who would Red Bull replace him with? If it's not Yuki, well, it would be Yuki. It would be Yuki. They would swap. They would swap him. Yeah, they would put him back. They would put Lawson back to. They would switch seats. They would switch seats to put Yuki in the Red Bull and put Lawson back into the Racing Bulls. The other scenario. Here comes. We've got a Norris watch at the moment right now. Norris is on track.
Yep.
Now it's an out lap. So if he crosses the line, it still doesn't count. It's the next lap coming in, next lap going around is the question. But yeah, no. The next question would be if Hajjad performs really well, they might switch him with Lawson, because I don't think they really like Yuki. I don't think there's something has happened where the Red Bull team looks at Yuki and they're like, he's not the guy.
Yeah.
And I still think that they're gonna hold on with that. I also think this may be his last year with the Racing Bull team, to be quite honest. I think they're gonna move on from him this year, because I know the Honda has been a major factor in why he's with the team. And I think after this year, with Honda gone, they don't have to keep Honda happy. So the question, they might bring in another rookie, to that team to see their next talent come up. So it's one of those. We'll see. The drama at Red Bull and Racing Bull hasn't ended.
I think one thing that I think is worth looking at now is, let's say Yuki moves on at the end of 2025. He moves to a different team. I won't speculate which, because really that not much will come of that yet.
Well, it would be
who?
Joel in chat saying Iwasa would be the one that would replace Yuki effectively in that regards. The team that is most likely could pick up Yuki if he leaves Red Bull would be Aston Martin, because Honda is moving there. So if he's staying with the Honda, team in that regard, that would be the most. Norris is coming around turn 13 right now on the charts. We are looking to see if he's going to, he's about to come around the last two curves, and then we'll see if he comes in the pit lane.
It's not a crazy lap for him, so he might just decide, you know what, I'm going to just go back in like he has every other time. So
yeah, it's not
not
improvement. I mean, like, he improved it, but only one sector where he improved. So it's not. I mean, Bartolo has already passed him on track, so this was not like a flying lap to begin with, as it is.
Yep.
So Bartolo's
There we go.
in, and Norris in. So again,
Nice.
another
Yep.
go around and not finish the lap. When does Norris plan to do a fast lap? When does Norris plan to finish a complete lap?
Yeah, not even a
Um,
fast lap at this, just a lap,
yeah.
really.
And they're
Um.
showing her. There's something wrong with the tire. Tire is wobbling
Oh, is
back and forth. You could also see
yeah.
the wing flexing again.
Well, that can just be a sign of low tire pressures though that have been intentional.
Yeah.
Um. But that was a very, very slow lap from him, so I wouldn't hesitate. Oh, but they're not. It didn't seem like when they came in they were particularly shocked by anything that was going on with the tire. So, maybe no, it doesn't look like they're particularly stressed about anything with that tire. So I think that might have just been the low tire pressure that they were intentionally running. Another set of Red Bull rookies that I think are worth keeping an eye out for if they decide that they are going to continually ignore Japanese talent in the form of Ayumu Iwasa at this time, is the F2 Campos Racing drivers for this year's F2 season, Pepe Marti and Arvid Lindblad. Of course, Arvid Lindblad, if those who have not seen his rookie career, he's he's got pace, to put it lightly. He's quite comfortable in the car, and he's been showing off what he's made of. I think he won the Pacific like F3 or F4 championship over the break. So he's been on it. And Pepe Marti, sorry, also had some very respectable performances last year in what I also believe was his rookie F2 season, where he also got his first win. So I really wouldn't be that surprised to see him possibly have a reasonably strong season as long as Campos is doing all right. So it'll be interesting to see how they both do up against each other in driving for the same team. Which, honestly, if I were to bet who would win that, I think it'd be Arvid Lindblad, who, if anyone's going to beat Ahumu Iwasa to a RB seat, I think Arvid Lindblad could possibly get him if he has a really, really strong season in F2 this year.
Yeah, we're seeing a trend of cars doing an out lap and then coming in and not actually finishing that second lap. Hada just
Mm.
came in. Here comes Albin. Albin's on an out lap. Gonna actually start another lap. Bordello's been out a couple times right now. He's done 17 laps so far. He's on a used medium tire. Leclerc's also back out on track. He's on an out lap right now. And Haddad has just come back out of the pits. So they came in, must have done an adjustment on the wing or something. Is he on you? Still on mediums. It's on used mediums still.
The DRS there looking quite strong for the Williams, as the moment he went through the DRS zone between turn 3 and 4, he straight purple mini sectors. So I think if there's one thing I can definitely say, that DRS is pretty strong on the Williams car this year, which has been a general theme. Williams being good in a straight line, sometimes even having the fastest car in the straight line. I think I saw a statistic in Spa last year that Williams had in a straight line the fastest car. However, they
I mean,
just didn't have anywhere near enough downforce to make it through
yeah.
corners.
I mean, like a Spa. We're
Oh,
past the
no.
first hour in this session right now. Again, you are listening to Race TC YouTube channel. Again, this is Grash here with Evan, our Masters of Numbers, doing live commentary, taking questions from you guys in chat. Pano was asking you, do you guys think Aston Martin is sandbagging? No,
I
no.
really wish I could tell you they were. I really wish I could,
Uh,
but
if they
I'm
are
an honest
if
man.
if if they are, then give them an Oscar. I've been
Yeah,
also watching the
genuinely, it is beautiful acting.
yeah, I've been also been watching the show called The Traitors. There's an American version and there's a UK version. There's a couple other versions around the world as well. But basically, the traitors are trying to hide amongst the faithful,
Oh yeah,
and if that's the case, Aston Martin's been a great traitor role.
genuinely. Uh, if that Aston Martin, honestly, I don't want to be too mean because of course one of the people driving that car is still Fernando Alonso, but Stroll, I don't see having any chance of making out of Q1, honestly, for the first couple races. And Alonso will definitely struggle to make it into uh, Q3 for a fair bit, I would imagine.
So KO7 basically says Honda can't really govern over Aston Martin because it's not an energy company. Yeah, but Honda's going to be the engine provider, and basically Aston Martin's going to be the works team
Mm.
for Honda starting in 2020 next year. So that's the scenario we're talking about. Yeah, and that's the other thing is that Aston Martin does have Drogovic as the reserve driver, and he's backed up
Yeah,
behind Stroll and Alonso, and
and I
he's
think they
another
still
F1.
got.
Yeah, I mean, like we had a string of F1, F2 champions not getting into F1. I mean, Drogovic hasn't got it in. Theo Porcher has not got in. I mean, we had to. Oscar had to wait a year to get into F1, and he even got in. And the way he got in was, you know, crazy, with
Mm,
signing a contract with McLaren and not telling not telling Alpine
Alpine.
he had. Yeah, that's crazy there. Um, Now, the crazy thing about that particular incident is that for me over in the United States with IndyCar, we had seen something similar with Alex Palou with
Ah.
McLaren. Literally the
Mm,
same like that format of how that started with Alex Palou over in the United States, and then Oscar did the same thing over here in F1. Same thing. The thing is that Oscar actually had a contract with McLaren that was valid, and uh, basically Palou did not.
uh,
So now McLaren's suing him because of that incident, and they're now showing basically an incident. They're showing an image of the Haas's Behrman's Haas as it was damaged with that engine cover
mm.
piece blown off.
One thing I am a bit shocked by is we haven't seen a replay. I don't think we have seen a replay of what actually happened to the
We
Haas.
don't. Yeah, I don't think we have a replay of what happened with the Haas. We just know that
So,
at some point there was. Do I have a driver camera? I do not.
because it
Yeah.
is
So
possible that they just didn't have a camera on him when it
yeah,
happened.
that's the scenario. Also, there is no driver cameras in the preseason testing, so I don't have the ability to go back in time on his driver cam and see what happened.
Yes, that is it's definitely a strange one. I think last time that happened, it was Verstappen in 2015. In it was Monza, I think, where he had his engine cover blow off his Toro Rosso.
Yeah, the thing that we're looking at is that basically it's not like it wasn't an engine failure, it was the
Yeah.
cover failure. Is what they're
Hmm.
saying is that this is an issue with the cover and not the internal engine. So the engine did not something didn't happen with the engine that then caused like an explosion that pushed out the cover. No, it's just straight up straight up that something happened like wind got underneath the cover and pulled it up, and then provided force to pull off that piece. So
And another thing is that Of course, he was not driving at full speed because of the fact he had a massive hole in the side of his car. But it didn't seem like there was any issue with the car, so it definitely was not an engine problem. It's just the best thing I can say as someone who's observing how it's looking as we see Lando Norris refuse to finish a lap again is that someone didn't tighten a screw enough. Like, genuinely, that's what it looks like. Which I say that jokingly to some extent. I assume that's not what happened.
I mean,
But
no, I
this
mean
is pretty close.
but actually, that's what they were saying. That's what they were saying on F1 TV. That may be what happened.
Which
I gotta ask
that's
people to
pretty
stop.
embarrassing. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, yeah. People in chat are using a lewd term. Please stop. Please stop. There are kids in chat. They don't
Yes.
know what that means. Please stop doing that.
Yeah, I imagine, and that sort of damage to an engine cover, not particularly easy to do a quick swap out. So that'll probably actually have a decent impact on Behrman's running. I mean, it already has. We're 1 hour 10 into this first session, and he's only done 8 laps, which is
So,
very, very little.
Jack in chat it seems track times have risen since hence the lower. Yeah, correct. The track temperature is now 29.4. That's like almost like at least 13 degrees higher than it was the past 2 days. They were in jackets the previous 2 days, and today it's blue skies, sunny, warm, as it is. The air temperature is 17.4. That's easily 4 or 5 degrees higher than it was the past 2 days. So.
Yeah.
Humidity is much lower as well, 45%. What is
And
Max
notably,
doing?
the track's not wet.
I don't know what Max is doing. They must be preparing the car for him. They might be putting in a new part. I mean, it's an all day affair with it's an all day affair. Oh, is he not in the car? No, that's James Vall. Yeah, he might not be in the car at the moment. As I say that, he'll probably come out. But yeah, no, they're probably doing work on the car because they're trying to test. They probably did their A test. Now they're going to do the B test with the parts. Trying to see what's going on. Is Red Bull really slow? Are they sandbagging? They're not on track right now, and Max is P3, so that's not really sandbagging. I mean, he's only 6/10 off of Leclerc's time, and he hasn't been on track in a while, so not much of an issue. Albin, let me see, 17 laps. Had 21 laps. Borla 21 laps. So we've got already above 20 laps. Leclerc is in 18 laps. Verstappen's 14 laps, 4 off of Leclerc. Not that big of a deal. 7 off of Haddad. That's not that big a deal right now. The percentage stay that way, that would be a big deal. But right now, for an hour and 10 minutes, 10, 11 minutes, that's not bad. 14 laps in testing. Could be better, but it's not bad. Again, the one now is Behrman with only 8 laps. We'll see if he gets back on track anytime soon.
And of course, at the bottom of the running timings, we have No Time Norris, who honestly, it's nearly reaching the point. This sounds very petty, I must agree. Like, where I'm getting, like, I'm annoyed I'm not seeing the McLaren running. Like, I would like to actually see some of what they've got. But across all sessions I've seen them in, we haven't really seen much of them. They've been this little introvert who's hiding in their garage and will come out every now and then, but otherwise will just suggest the thought of coming out.
And I think this was the plan that they are testing something. They're making an adjustment. That's basically every time he goes out, they're testing something, coming back in, making an adjustment, going back out, testing something, coming back in. I mean, he did have the air rake on earlier on. That's not on the car. last I saw. So now,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just testing. Yuki, where the heck are you, dude? Yuki's going to be in the afternoon session.
Hmm.
No one on track right now. Haddad just came into the track after doing. He's done a total of 21 laps, which is tied for the most with Bordello. And as I say that Dewan's coming back on track. He's done 20 laps. So of the rookies that we're seeing, we've seen we got Haddad doing Bordello, Berman, and Antonelli. Um, the Haddad and Borelli have done well. Antonelli, hasn't been on track in a while, but he's looked good in track. He's P2 at the moment, and then the rookie of concern at the moment is Behrman because the engine cover came off, so no fault of his own, um, in a scenario right now. People were talking about the bars that are on the tires. So when you see someone come out with a tire with the bar through it, that means it's a used tire. So Dune right now is coming out on a new, on a sorry, a used hard tire, and that is a C2 tire.
Yeah.
I believe C3 is the soft tire. I've got to go back and look at the last race what the compounds, but most of the
Yes,
teams have
it's one,
taken.
two, three.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. So that's the soft. That's the
Yeah.
normal soft tire for this track. Um, Basically, we're looking at after C3, the C2 tire is what they've taken the most. Then it's the C4, and then C1. Then is a big drop off. Only two teams, basically the Ferrari and the Williams teams, have a C5 set of C5 and a set of the new C6, which is a road course red that's supposed to be designed for that. And then we saw the intermediate come out from Haas, and we know Aston Martin has three, and we know that there's also a wet tire out there. Haas has a wet tire. Why? We don't
Yeah,
know,
Haas and
but they do. They do, but they're not going to use it. I don't know why they picked it.
I think I heard a report from Aston Martin's Pedro de la Rosa that they apparently had no idea there was any chance of rain approaching the weekend, and they decided to grab a set of intermediates just in case, because they thought that they would look rather smart if it did rain and they were the only ones with intermediates. Of course, they
We're
were the
talking.
only ones with intermediates not to use them.
Yeah, and they have three sets of intermediates. That's the one thing
Yeah,
that's well, part of why they didn't use it is that when the rain happened, Alonso's car wasn't in a state to go out on track
yeah,
anyways.
true.
They had pulled it apart. They were working on something, so when it rained, it was pulled apart. There was no chance for them to get the car onto track. So
Yeah. Why is there a mini Russell on the map? That is a great question. We would love to know the answer to that. Something's going wrong.
there's been a
We are definitely on.
glitch. Yeah, the track has been glitchy this morning with Russell and Antonelli. We don't know why. We don't know why that's happening, but we've got a mini Russell this morning.
Yes.
It's a meme now, apparently.
Yeah. Uh, are we expecting this year to be a close and exciting year? Personally, 100%. I see this basically being the last 2/3 of the 2024 season, but for the whole season. So I think this is going to be one of the best seasons we've had since like 2021, really.
So doing coming across, it doesn't look like he's doing.
No, I imagine this is a race
Uh,
or
yeah,
more,
probably
no,
race.
more consistency. Yeah, race
Yeah,
times. Because a 1:32.5 is definitely far off the pace and far off his own pace.
who's better, Max, Lando, or Charles in equal machinery? But they're not in equal. They're not in equal machinery.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
that's the hard one.
Let's get at our heart here. When you bring up equal machinery, you're talking about only one person, and that's Hamilton. That's the Nico versus Lewis question that's come up over and over again. That's that we're gonna. It's if you want to do equal machinery, it's Leclerc versus Hamilton. But you can't go to Max. You can't go because they're not in equal machines.
Hmm.
They're not.
Actually, speaking of equal machinery, a story which I really don't think gets talked about enough is an event that was held back in the mid 80s called, I believe the mid 80s, yes, mid 80s, called the Race of Champions. Not the current Race of Champions that's happening in Brisbane a bit later this year. But basically, someone asked the question, well, what does happen when we take a bunch of good F1 drivers and put them all in the same car and race them? So what they did is they got a bunch of stock cars, put out invites to every, at the time, living champion, every race winner on the grid, and some, at the time, unknown Brazilian driver by the name of Ayrton Senna. And they put them all out on track, and they wanted to see who was the best. So keep in mind, this grid has drivers like Niki Lauda, Alain Prost, as mentioned, Ayrton Senna, rookie Ayrton Senna, to be fair, Emerson Fittipaldi, I think James Hunt was there. A very skilled grid, that's for sure. However, by the end of the race, which was a 20-lap race in a circuit somewhere in the United States, to put it lightly, Ayrton Senna won, and by about 30 seconds. So we have found out who would win in equal machinery for the 80s, and the answer is Ayrton Senna, apparently.
We do have a Norris sighting on track. This is an outlap right
Oh,
now. He's around turn 8 at the moment.
cross your fingers,
We've
ladies
got
and gentlemen.
we've got also a Leclerc back on track. He's on a new medium set of tires.
It is worth noting that Norris is on used tyres, so if I were to bet, we might not see this McLaren complete a whole lap. Oh, there's a good question. Which is your favorite track? I want to hear yours first, Crash.
That's a good question. I like Vegas.
Vegas, okay.
Yeah, I'm so I'm from the United States, so I'm gonna favor
Yeah.
Austin. I'm gonna okay. So before I get further, I want to point out that they're
Yeah.
showing that Doohan has some flow-based paint on the left side of his diffuser. So I just want to point out that that's something that's going on. Norris has just passed the start finish line, and he's pushing. He's got greens and purples.
Oh, this is
Is
exciting
this
stuff,
is
ladies and
this
gentlemen.
is this a lap? Um, I like Miami because it pisses everyone off. The diehards hate Miami. Don't they? The problem is they don't understand what we call big event atmosphere, like big fight, big event atmosphere here in the United States. And we're talking like the Super Bowl is one of those events. Big boxing matches used to hold that. Um, we just had the Four Nations and the U.S.
Yeah.
Canada games were big. Like the finals was a big event atmosphere. And
Yeah.
we go hard. Leclerc just
Yeah.
did a fastest first sector as we're doing. So we've got Leclerc and Norris on fast laps right now. Norris has actually looked like he's pushing. It's been green except for 2 sectors,
Yeah.
which are and the 2 that are purple, 2 are yellow, and the rest are been green. So is he going to come into the pits? Now is the moment of
Please.
truth.
Yes, he's crossing the line. He's crossing the line, ladies and gentlemen. This is exciting stuff.
And Norris
And
has
he gets
completed
a
a complete lap of 132, 137 P7. So he has completed a lap. Now, we've got Leclerc on a it's inconsistent lap, I would say.
yeah.
What was it? 29, 239.8. He's 8. He's about 9 tenths off of what Norris is doing.
I
See
must say,
what it
I did
comes. He's
see in that McLaren DRS wing a bit of moving, so I think they might have adjusted that maybe a bit too much.
And Max is out on track. He had just done he's just crossed the line, so he's now on potentially it is not a flying lap. That's not a flying lap. See if he picks up
And
speed.
and
But
Leclerc abandoned that lap as I think he ran wide in turn 13 from
okay,
the looks of things.
doing
Um,
about looks like he's about to pass Norris on track. Albin is on an outlap, and Haddad is on an outlap as well. So
I am curious what about because you said you've got a bit of American bias in which circuit you like, but
the thing about
what really
Vegas,
does it for you with Vegas? I'm
Vegas is a
curious.
good Vegas, particularly with Vegas, there's a lot of potential for overtaking.
Yeah,
Those straights, it's just something about how they laid out the straights, because basically it's big, it's four straights.
yeah,
There's there's curves, but it's really it is as much of an oval that you are going to get in F1. It's
yeah,
really, I mean, it's an upside down pig. I know you've got the top, around the fistment. There's three really big long straights that comprise a track. Um,
yeah.
and there seems to be good overtaking, good racing
Yeah,
on that track.
I do agree with
There's like and on top of it, it's Vegas, so there's even more spectacle. So
that.
it's like Monaco's supposed to have that level of spectacle, but doesn't. Monaco has glitz and has glamour, but doesn't have the
Yeah,
racing. Like the race itself, again, someone pointed
yeah,
out that Monaco as a race is boring. It
yeah.
is. It's
It's just
it's
a bit
it's
of a
Monaco. Monaco is the excitement at Monaco is at qualification, and it's not
hmm,
at the race itself, which is unfortunate. And that's because of how the
yeah,
cars have evolved. Um, that's why we're looking at enforcing two mandatory pit stops in the race in the Monaco race. Again, we also need to account for, like, Monaco by itself is a outlier to all of the other tracks. Monaco is Monaco because of its history, and it's on the grid still because of its history. And it has special rules because of that. And so the fact that we're seeing the Monaco being tweaked with should be no surprise. Monaco if you tried to propose a Monaco style track today to F1, they would reject it outright.
yeah.
They would.
And I don't
And
actually think it's allowed because there's a specific like the length. You
oh,
would
yeah,
have to make it longer.
Monaco length, for example, is one of the reasons why. Um,
Hmm,
so, but moving on. But so the fact that they're tweaking with Monaco is a good sign.
yes, it shows that they care to they care to keep it on the calendar, but they also care to keep it interesting, which is much appreciated from everyone viewing at home.
So so Vegas. So they're in Vegas. There's the glitz and glamour that you're trying to, because it's the American Monaco, essentially. That's what they're trying to do in
Yeah,
Vegas. Um, the fact that it's a night race on the strip is another attraction to that race. Um,
yeah,
on top of that, Vegas has what's called the Vegas Sphere. They basically built a basically round structure,
yeah.
where they hold. It's an auditorium, essentially.
Hmm,
U2, the band U2, basically has performed regularly in there. I don't know if they're a it's a like a fixture, but they've had multiple They've been there in there regularly. So it's internally there's a and there's more of these locations popping up around the location because like the idea is that there's smaller type of events. And there's like one here in the Dallas area where like, hey, watch like a boxing match, watch WWE on in
Mm.
this spherical structure because you can be up closer to the action. That's what that we're going for. So
Yeah.
the fact that the sphere is on the side of the track and it shows up
Yeah.
and they do use the sphere in like countdowns, race winners. They put the
Yeah.
sphere actually has an emoji face, so they put that emoji face on a with a helmet, helmet. So there's this like crazy spectacle that goes on with Vegas that is purely Vegas, and it's just fun and awesome, and the racing's pretty good. Miami has that as well. I mean, Miami is a party town. Let's put that's why they're there.
Yeah.
And that's it's kind of funny because the drivers years and years before they where they wanted to race, it was Miami and it was Vegas, and they got there.
Mm.
Um, outside of the spectacle, so the reason I like those two tracks because there's a spectacle around them. It's a big atmosphere feel, and the thing is about F1, every race is a big race feel.
Yeah.
Like that, there's nowhere where they don't go where they don't have that big race feel, and every race has that which is not the case. Like, I mean, you've got slightly bigger ones, Monaco, Silverstone, Monza to a certain extent.
Yeah.
They they're the traditional big ones. But like they go to Austin, and Austin's a huge crowd. They go to Mexico City, it's even bigger. Mexico City's fun because
Yeah.
of the how they has that stadium section. That
Yeah. The
brings a unique
stadium.
thing.
I think that's probably one of my
Um,
favorite bits of that track. It's so big.
Brazil, Brazil is fun.
Mm.
Brazil has always been fun, and Brazil has been interesting. I had the pleasure of doing the quali for the Brazilian 2 years ago when Haas got their pole. It
Oh
was a crazy
yes.
scenario. It was a crazy scenario with I think it was K-Mag getting pole
Yes.
because basically he went out before anyone else and it rained and
Yeah.
he was able to get a good lap in and it got
And
it
then
cooked
George
in.
absolutely bit it.
Yeah. So there was a lot of things going on. So I Brazil was fun. It was my
Mm.
I started my second. Yeah, it was actually the start of my second year on stream.
Yeah.
So that's another piece, point in my cap, feather in my cap. That was the start of my second year here on the stream, and I got K-Mag's
Yeah.
pull. Um, so there's I've started to get some historical uh you know um I like Australia now with the new fixes, with the new track layout.
Mm. Yeah.
They've changed the layout 2 years ago. And I
Mm.
like Australia. That's
Mm.
another one that's fun with that. And
Yeah.
it's the time zone different is interesting. Want to point out right now they're showing one of the windsocks. It's we got 10.8 kilometers a mile from the north. It's more like um yeah, a direction, northerly direction. So the wind has picked up 12.6 reading right now from the north to the northeast. So it's moved from north to northeast. So that is something to take in consideration. We haven't seen wind so much this weekend. I haven't noticed it. It now has
No.
jumped up significantly. We're almost hitting 30 degrees Celsius, which is another. We haven't hit that just yet. We're like 29.8, so we're close. There was a question in chat.
But yeah.
Will you provide live race tickets throughout the season? Yes, we do. We do this for all the
Mhm.
free practice, quali, and that includes the sprint races, sprint quali, and the Grand Prix itself. Do you have a race that you're looking forward to? And you're going to be on the channel. You'll probably be doing pre-practice or quality and a race at some point. Which ones
Yes.
are you looking forward to?
I mean, I must say this year's Australian Grand Prix I'm looking forward to a lot because it'll be the first Grand Prix I'm going to go see in person. I managed to score myself some tickets, so
Oh,
I
congratulations.
will. Yes, I will be watching that one in person. General admission. So the plan is to hopefully sit on the little grassy patch near the exit of turn two, if there are enough spots for me to not be sitting on someone's shoulders.
So are you going to be
Um,
there? Replay of Albin. He went off
yeah,
track, picked up a little bit of dust in the air, but that not much. Just went wide. It didn't look like it. Just like he went wide and lost speed because he went wide, but nothing much else. And
yeah.
no lost control of the car. It looked,
Hmm.
yeah. Are you going to be there for free practices? I'm just curious.
No, I
Oh,
no, I only made it for. I only got
for
tickets for the
the
Grand Prix.
Grand Prix. Okay.
I'll
So
be
so
flying
so
over
say
on the Saturday. Uh,
okay.
But yeah, free practices. I'm all free. Except actually, I'm not free for first free practice because I'll still actually be in school that day. Um, but yeah, free practice
So
two and free practice three. Yeah, free practice three. I might be getting ready to leave because I'll
so
be in
so
Melbourne for qualifying.
we'll put you down for definitely for free practice too.
Yeah, definitely. I'm all good for free practice too. Um, there. There aren't any circuits currently on the calendar that I go, oh, it's this Grand Prix. Like I'm not particularly excited for this weekend. There's always something that I feel like there's always something to be looking forward to in the weekend because most tracks now have at least the capability for good racing, and if they don't, there's always something else interesting going on that is worth keeping an eye on. China, I'm looking forward to because once again, convenient time zone. And I don't know. I've been doing a lot of sim racing recently, and I've really been enjoying the Shanghai circuit. There's something about, I mean, the first corner, um, despite the fact that it feels like rip off Sepang sometimes, that sweeping turn one and then the second apex of turn two and then twisting straight back out in turn three. It's really smooth. It's really satisfying to race yourself and also to watch cars do. And I always really enjoy watching cars go through there. The only other massive highlight for me, it's got to be Brazil. I love the Brazil circuit. I think, in my opinion, circuit wise, it's probably my favorite circuit on the calendar. I think I over the past, I think nearly 5 or 6 seasons, it's had the highest level of overtakes, uh, like across any Grand Prix weekend, and I think that really shows how racy people can get in Brazil. I mean, last year, like, how are you gonna get better than a four-time world champion's best performance in his entire career? Like, it's insane. Um, and I mean, it's not even the first time Max has had an absolutely insane performance in Brazil, because you've got Brazil 2016, where he came from 16th on the grid to third, in the span of about 10 laps. Like, that's ridiculous. And it's, of course, there have been so many notable events. You've got Kevin Magnussen's only ever pole position, Haas's only pole position. You go a bit further back, you've got another notable Haas driver, Nico Hulkenberg's only pole position back in 2010. You've got him leading a race and looking like he was going to win for most of the 2012 race. He led, I think, about 30 or 40 laps that race. And realistically, even if he didn't win that weekend, that should have been the podium weekend. So in my opinion, with that being the best performance he's ever made, ignoring the incident with Hamilton into the first corner, you've got the Senna's first home win, which, if anyone has ever watched highlights of that, for those who don't know, he had a gearbox failure on the final lap whilst it was raining, where he was stuck in second gear, I believe, for a whole lap, and he still managed to win, which is absolutely sensational drive from him. If you go even further back, you've got Carlos Pace, the first Brazilian winner of the Brazilian Grand Prix, which of course is what the full name of the circuit is named after. It's like, I don't remember it well enough off the top of my head. It's something like Circuit Interlagos Carlos Pace or something like that. Something along those lines.
Jump in just
It's a
quickly.
magical
We do have a Norris watch at the moment. He was
Yes.
the only one on track until Doohan just came
Yes.
back out. He's on a new medium set of tires. Looks like Norris might be pushing now. A new actual push shaft for Norris. So Norris watch on lap 19.
Whoa. That's a bit
Oh,
wide, Lando. That's
he stopped.
oh, he stopped. Oh, okay then.
Oh, and that is he?
Oh, that's not good.
So
Yellow
he was
flag.
going yellow flag. Is he still He's
He's
still moving.
reversing car. Yeah. I think. Yeah,
So
you know what he's doing there? He's not doing what Lance Stroll did in Brazil and trying
yeah.
to drive through a gravel track.
So Norris has stopped. Did did Doohan have a factor in things?
I don't think. From the looks of things, he just made the mistake by himself, which it was a weird mistake.
Yeah, if they're doing a replay of it right now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to go back.
Yeah, he enters the corner.
Yeah, he went
Yeah,
wide.
I think he got oversteer during the corner and
He
overcorrected for
may
me.
have hit the
Maybe
curb
onboard.
and jumped just a little bit.
I don't. If he did hit the curb, it was very barely. It looked like he just lost grip on the rear somehow. Might have just been he over rotated the steering wheel. But yeah, that'll he did keep it pretty much out of the gravel, so he'll definitely be able to go for another decent push lap on those
I
tires.
know.
I
So
imagine
someone in
once more around to recharge the battery, and he should be fine.
yeah. So it's basically so he didn't crash. It's just he did go off track. It was a yellow flag for a moment as he got back onto track. And now we're back. We're again back into green flag. He'll probably come in. He'll probably come into the pits. He's going slow, so he'll probably come into the pits. Someone mentioned about Miami. Miami actually has good racing history. There's good Miami has a lot of overtakes. So like people who don't they want to try and the racing's bad. No, racing's good at Miami actually. So that's one of the things I want to point out is that the racing's good at Miami. You guys don't like the mermaids. You don't like the spectacle that goes on. But hey, guys, that's the United States in a big fight match, big match feeling. That's gonna happen, and if you don't like it, well, tough, tough. I mean, that's like when you go watch the Super Bowl, there's a big match feeling there. Again, we brought up the Four Nations Championship out of nowhere. That was a big fight feeling. The World Series. I mean, you guys have it over in Europe when you talk about the Champions League final. That's a big fight feeling. That's a spectacle there. But I know that you don't get the craziness that happens around here in the United States, and I understand that you don't like that. But when it comes to the racing itself, Miami was good. Vegas is good. I mean, Austin's been the home of F1 gestating F1 that it is now in the United States comes from the fact that Austin was built to be the American F1 track and took the best ideas around the world and brought it to Austin. So Norris is still out on track. He went around. He must be doing like a cool lap or doing another program. Not pushing. We have Leclerc right now on track. It looks like he's about to do a new. Let's see if he's doing a flying lap. Doesn't look like he's picked up speed. Albon doesn't look like he's picked up speed. Doing is out on track as well as Norris. So. Miami is goated in terms of revenue and economic impact. No, that's actually not true. Vegas is the one in terms of revenue and economic and more in economic impact. And part of that is that F1 actually owns the pit lane. The pit lane and the pit garages, that area is F1 offices that also double as the pit lane and the paddock for Vegas. So they've and then the effect on the city itself, where the streets are open during the day but closed for F1 during the night. The relationship with all the hotels, F1's just making tons of money, hands over fists. So you'd think it's Miami, but it's actually like, Miami's number two. Don't get me wrong, like they're in Miami because they're making a tons of money, but they're making even more money in Vegas. It's because of how they're integrated into the city. I know people who are from Vegas, and that first season, that first year in Vegas, they were taken aback of how much that city was taken over by F1 in a way that they had never seen it. And there's someone in that community, that Vegas community, high level executive role, who would be in the know about what's going on in the city, and that to hear that from them in that way took me back. So yeah, no, don't get me wrong, you're close, George. George L, you're close about saying Miami. It's just that was the they did Miami, and then next year they did Vegas, and Vegas is just did even more. Just trying to see what is boarded. Yeah, Norris has been doing slower laps.
Well, I think he was on a push lap there. He just ran wide on turn 13 that time from the
Okay.
saw. Yeah, he got on the gravel and he abandoned the lap.
Instead of Abu Dhabi, which circuit would you choose as the final race? Um, that's a
Take us
good one.
back to
I would
Brazil.
I would go to Brazil. Yeah, Brazil. I mean the reason Vegas is in the slot, it's like the third from last, because they are hoping that part of the reason why Vegas is there is so that if someone wins a championship in Vegas, it's a bigger deal because they did there. Oh, right,
And to
and
put it
yeah,
like,
Solly Rawl, the organizers of Vegas. So so here's the thing, the Vegas is organized by F1 itself. There's no middleman. There's no other, there's not a committee or whatnot. Or they are the promoters of the Vegas race, and that's why you're going to see it for a very long time, because they are making a tons of money, hands over fist, by being the promoters themselves. Yeah, they're literally cutting out the middleman for so much, and they make so much money off of Vegas. But don't get me wrong, they make a lot of money in Miami, but there's a Miami group that manages. Um, yeah.
we've got the Haas back on track. Ollie Behrman's just
Ah,
started
they,
a not a massive push lap, but he's started. He's finished his out lap.
he's actually
Which
pushing.
means
He's
he's
got
now in the double digits.
Yeah. So he's now
He's done a couple
pushing.
of green sectors.
Yeah, he's actually starting to push a little bit. He actually looks like he's trying to push the car. Which, yeah, after
Uh,
he's done, that's the first thing. Did they get that cover down right this time?
yeah. not
Andrew Dunas
a.
here. He's one of the family is here. Again, Andrew's in green. You see his name is in green. He's got a yellow badge next to him. Again, there's different color badges for how long you've been joined with the channel. So he's joined the channel. He's got basically again he's joined the channel, storing a few bucks each month. He's all he has access to. He's on mobile and working. Don't tell your boss. We're not snitching, man. But we're giving you props for being. Oh, and getting
Oh,
replay of the Williams.
not the, that's not the right way to take that term. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
Williams is just it's a big lockup, and didn't make the
Front
curve
left
because of the
into
lockup.
turn.
But basically, he's got access to some special emojis. He's got a super chat basically for free each month for being a member. Um, Again, we call him out. I put you guys out as the family.
Oh,
Uh,
yellow flag. What's
let's
oh
see.
uh that was really weird.
Did
We
it
just
go
had
yellow
a
and back?
yellow.
So yellow
Yeah.
flag.
Oh, as
Was it?
Norris jumps up to third with a 1:30.943.
So yeah, fast yellow. So fast yellow like that. Someone off track and just come back on. Norris has
But I
jumped.
don't
Yeah,
think there was
jumped.
anyone in.
It might
I
have been
didn't see
Behrman.
anyone in that part of the track. It was
Behrman was
Behrman
the
was in turn
closest.
9 by the time. He was the closest, but he was in turn 9 by the time it came out. So either
Yeah.
that was like a really delayed yellow flag, or
Or it was
something.
very delayed. Or the Williams again.
Yeah,
Baby
but
Russell has found
it
his
was around
way.
turn 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, everyone
As
seems
as
fine,
as
so
as
that's what
glitch
matters.
go, baby Russell's found his way past turn 3
Oh,
now.
he's fighting his way down the second straight. Hopefully, he won't do what many others have done this weekend and run wide into turn 4.
Not seeing any of them really. I mean, Hod looks like he's going faster than Norris right now. You could potentially
Hmm.
catch him around turn 11,
I
maybe.
imagine Norris will probably. I imagine Norris will probably let him pass on the straight. Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
As Behrman's coming straight out of the pits again. Probably just a front wing adjustment or something simple such as that. Well, there's a question. Best F1 driver lineup in F1 history except for this year's Ferrari lineup. Which is interesting because I wouldn't necessarily say this year's Ferrari lineup is the best
Max
lineup
and
in
Checo
history.
2022. Yeah, Max and Checo 2022.
Yeah.
Into 2023, basically.
Mm.
Half of 2023, I would say.
Yeah, half. The
What?
second half was, yeah. I mean, I see someone saying Prost and Senna, and I completely see where you're coming from. Collectively, 7 championships across them. And I mean, you could say something similar looking at 2007 at McLaren with Alonso and Hamilton. But the issue is to say they didn't get along as teammates is an understatement. Like a functional driver pairing comes with how they act on track. And that's why Checo and Verstappen have the capability to do so well.
Yeah, I
You could
mean,
look at pairings like Hamilton and Bottas as well.
I would even
For
go a little
something
bit further.
similar.
I would say, but Hamilton and Nico,
Yeah.
they were probably
Well,
until Nico won the championship and that all blew up.
yeah. Until Nico decided to fight back, which he's in his full right to, of course.
No, no, Torgelli, Mazepin, and Schumacher. No, that the best. That's the wrong. Right? I don't know how to just say that. That's not the best. That was I don't know how to. Yeah, no.
I'm seeing
You are
2000
trolling us, sir. You're doing
early
well,
two
job.
yeah early 2000s Ferraris. I'd say that's a fair call. Barrichello and Schumacher, Michael Schumacher. Um, that was a very strong lineup. I don't know off the top of my head how many 1-2s they had together, but it would have been a lot. Uh, there were a lot of 1-2s for Ferrari in that time. And it's interesting because if we go too much further before that, it becomes kind of more standard again for teammates to fight each other more. If we go back to Williams, way back in 1992 with Nigel Mansell and Riccardo Patrese, they were a pretty strong lineup. Of course, Nigel Mansell winning his one and only of what probably should have been a few more championships considering his capabilities. They were, of course, Patrese came second to him with Mansell almost doubling his points, which did mean Patrese was struggling a bit in comparison. But Mansell was so dominant that year, it was hard to keep with anyone to keep up with him. So they were definitely a strong pairing. Like finding strong pairings, I think, pretty much comes down to being able to like find someone who's had a really strong run in the championship, and then their teammate was there backing as their backup the entire time, which is why Max and Checo 2022 and first half of 2023 was so good, was because the fact that Max could just go and win everything, and whenever Max wasn't winning everything, Checo was there to be of assistance.
Right now, we're at the 2 hour and 5 minute left mark in this session, so we're halfway through this session at this point. Again, you're listening to the Racing Tickets YouTube channel. We just have a replay of, I think it's Isaac Jad doing a Tokyo Drift.
Oh,
Again,
that's an
this is
Aston
Scratch.
Martin. I haven't seen one of those
Yeah, that's
in
in
quite a while.
a while. Uh, Again, this is Scratch
Some
with
of I
Evan.
get excited. I must say, it does take a lot for me to see an Aston Martin and get really excited. Doohan's actually on quite a strong lap. He set a couple of purple mini sectors and he's green through the first sector and the second. I'm curious to see where this will put him. I think this will be a pretty strong lap.
He did. He's actually 10th faster than Max in the first sector in
Oh, wow.
his last lap. Then almost 4 seconds faster than Max in the second sector. Again,
Oh, fourth. Okay. Wow. That's a really quite a, I mean, to be fair, it has been a while since anyone's done a push lap. Hajar's lighting up the beginning of his
he's now
sector
starting a
one.
push lap, so he's
Yeah.
gonna pass doing on track.
And Mini Russell.
Hey, Russell, my God, that has gotten more legs than it should have had. With Stroll, Stroll is not driving this morning because he's been sick. So Alonso's in for Stroll. We'll see where if Stroll drives in the afternoon session or if it's just Alonso all day today. And don't be wrong, Alonso's will take the time on track.
Definitely. That Aston Martin is not looking comfortable to drive whatsoever, or is it looking fast? So the more Alonso gets to drive it, I'm fairly certain he will appreciate it quite a lot.
Never Easy asked about tire ages unknown. Yeah, we don't have the tire ages per se. I think if you are looking for that data, I know that you go to the F1 website for their live timing. They do have tire ages on their display. We just don't have it on ours currently right now. We have their current tire, but not the age, how long they've done laps on that tire. I think though the one thing is that if they come into the pits, I think that gets reset. So like those 10 laps where Lando was coming in, he could have done 10 laps on those tires, and every time he came to the pits, it reset. He's currently have been out. He did 8 laps on on that medium tire in that last stint, which is the longest so far. We've got people on 4, so we've got Albon's in the pits, so Clerk's in the pits. So we got a lot of people who are just fresh.
I must say, the longer I watch Doohan in this preseason testing, the more comfortable I feel in saying that there is a reasonable chance that there could be a race before, not necessarily points, because of course we don't know if the Alpine will be scoring regular points. It might be, it might not be. But I do think it's reasonable that there could be a race at some point during the season where within the first 5 races where Doohan will outperform Gasly. Because really, 4th fastest, within half a second of Leclerc's fastest time. That's pretty good. I'd be happy with that. It's hard. It is hard to look at that and say that that's a bad lap time, because it's really not. And it is really really contrasting what we saw in Abu Dhabi last year, where he just was not on it at all.
Yeah,
I thought we were screwed. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. Doohan's making a case for him to be in the seat still, and that's going to be the drama all season long. Is that he's got to every race he's going to have to go out and prove that he deserves to be in the seat over Colapino. A lot of you guys in chat are saying this is why it should happen, and a lot of you have been like, yeah, it's going to be 2 races, it's going to be 3 races, it's going to. And that's one of those I can't really tell you. We'll know better as when the races start. We'll know better. And that's literally the that's going to be, again, I've said this multiple times already. It's going to be one of the stories of this season as we go through the year. Is it likely that by by Silverstone that he's been replaced? It's possible. It's possible that mid mid-year mark, going into the summer break, pencils down moment for 3 weeks. I can see that. I can see it happening by that, if it hasn't happened, be happening at that point. And that is just the nature of F1 being brutal. And is that fair to him? No, it's not. But again, Flavio's his boss, so there's that in play. We just hit the 2. We're now under 2 hours now. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I was just going to mention that I don't think we have mentioned it, but we have hit the 500 likes margin. I think we hit it quite a while ago. We're at 554 now. Not keeping track of it whatsoever. But yeah, great job, guys. Of course, do like if you are enjoying the stream, and feel free to subscribe if you are enjoying our commentary and what together and generally reasonable opinions.
Yeah, we got about 1,700 of you watching right now. Again, we're at 556 likes. Again, we are 31 away from 135. Well, 900. Yeah, 131. But we're on a good march with subscribers, and even more subscribers have showed up. Thank you for those who've joined the army. Those who are, again, we've got Andrew right now, one of our regulars. The family, those who have joined who I refer as having joined the channel. If you've got, again, welcome again. If you've subscribed, hit the bell. You'll get notifications when we go live. The other place that you'll get notifications if you join the Discord, there are events created, and those generate notifications as well. So a Discord notification in that case, and the boss also puts on a regular basis will put the stream link into chat and at everyone. It's like, hey, show up.
Yeah.
We do have a good Discord community. And again, you come from the Discord community, Evan. Then I appreciate that. I know I was at one point. It went for a while. I was really hard on you, and I didn't realize you were in school half of the time. When I learned how different in age of, I thought you were older than you were. I definitely started to pull back and was like, I gotta treat you differently. So I appreciate you bearing with me. I appreciate you bearing with me during that because I did really drive you up the wall, and you did the same for me as well. But that's another matter. But anyways, we do have a really good Discord community. We're constantly throwing videos and media things. So if you're looking to know like what's going on, like the relevant videos about what's going on, we have a media channel that is just always active, where we're always talking about things. Um, and it's one of those. It's been a great place to be. A good place to be. I mean, we one of the things that we do is we request that you go to primary sources. So don't post someone who posted a post about something and then link to something. We actually say, what we try to get you to do is to go, not take their whatever they said, but instead go to that source instead and post that. And we've done, and that's actually, even by doing that, we get a higher quality of information in our Discord.
I must say,
So
I
if
don't
you
claim to be great at that. Yes, it is very
you,
valuable.
you admittedly, that was one of the things I was all over you on. We go back 6 months. I was on your case all
Yeah,
the time about that, and it's something that you've finally picked. And when you realize what I was trying to tell you, you actually have improved. I'm not on your case anymore. Basically, what it amounts to.
yeah. I
Um, the
mean,
other
I
thing
clearly,
the other thing is that we have what is specifically the channel? You have basically, there's a fun facts channel, and you've
I love
basically
it.
have
Yes,
taken over that
F1 fun
channel, and
facts. I love
you
that.
have you have yeah you I love the work that you're doing. You're putting in a ton of information. You're drawing on information and calibrating it in a way and presenting it in a way that's different and unique. And I enjoy reading it. Basically, I mean, like, I don't like, if I don't agree with what you're saying, I don't necessarily jump in, because you're going with your narrative with your numbers. You lead your narrative with your numbers, and whether I agree with you or not is less a case. It's more interesting where you lead with your numbers, whether I agree that that's the way you should go, but that's another issue. We do have Norris back
I
on
mean,
track, and Danelli's back on track. Leclerc, he finished his lap. Let me
yeah.
see. We have Max
I
on
think
track as well. So we've
yeah.
got the big
I
four
think
now,
Norris is
Behrman,
doing
and now
well.
Behrman back on track. So we've got 5 out of
Hmm.
the 10 drivers right now.
But yes, those statistics. Honestly, if anyone were to ever figure out what time it was for me when I was making those, you would all be very concerned. A lot of it is close to 1 a.m. where I'm laying in bed and I suddenly have this epiphany. Like, to think of one of the ones I had, it was a while ago, where I thought, I wonder, uh, because I'd seen this graphic of what percentage of all races visualized that of all F1 races ever that Lewis Hamilton had won. And I thought that was a pretty cool visual. It's like, what if I turn that into maps, like the map of the world? Like, what percentage of all land would you own if you owned the percentage of the land for all percentage of F1 wins you had? A completely useless statistic that really no one should ever care to know. but I know it now, and it's really, really interesting. And for those who are wondering, we get up to Lewis Hamilton, and he pretty much owns all of Asia and Europe. It's big. It's really, really big. Which kind of puts it into perspective for you. The conversion rate ended up being like, if you won a single race, that was like you'd get the equivalent land space of like Germany, I think, something like that. But yeah, that's pretty much that whole channel. It's just me coming up with sometimes actually useful, like sometimes people do gain things from what I think people gain things from what I have to say, but sometimes it is pointless rambling, and I don't hide from that.
Well, it's not that it's pointless rambling. It's just you go into detail, and I enjoy reading the detail that you go into. Um, yeah, no, it's just, and I'm usually I mean, it's stuff that I would probably do at some point, but I'm so busy with real life work at the moment,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yes,
I'm constantly building curriculum and
understandable.
updating curriculum for various reasons. So.
Yeah,
For those who haven't
understandable.
heard before, I am the resident professor in F1 media, apparently. I'm not a professor in motorsports. I'm a professor of game development specifically. So if you want to talk about the interface of like F1, the F1 from EA, we can talk about that and explain to you what's going on. But yeah, for me, I'm the point person at my program at my school for the game development program, and I'm basically building curriculum on a regular basis over and over again. For example, I'm teaching a video game art course that's fully online, so I have to build the lectures and record them for my online class. So that's what's going on.
Cool. And just as you were saying that, Behrman hasn't improved his position, but he has improved his lap time to a 1:32.361, which I think might actually be his best time of the weekend. Oh, not weekend. It's not the weekend. Of the sessions. Yes, from the looks of things, that is his best time. So good job, Behrman. Good to see you starting to actually be remotely close to anyone else on track.
How did I get involved? That I
Yes.
mean, I've been. So someone's asking about my career. I mean, I've been in the game industry for over 20 years at this point. At this point, 20 years ago, I was at my master's studies. I worked. I did not work for EA. I have worked for Activision though. At one point in my career, I've worked for a company that was working for Warner Brothers, and I've worked. Who else have I been? It's been a couple weird places. But I've been primarily since again that I switched over to being an academic, which is less most of the time less stress. I don't have the stress of the industry bearing down on me. So now like as AAA is in total dumpster fire mode, my I that doesn't reflect on me in terms of my position. I'm kind of shielded from that at the moment, so I appreciate that. And also why I'm in Texas because my current job brought me to Texas. So, sorry, my cat is
Honestly,
watching with just looking at chat. So, looking at other things that they've said in chat. A moment. Uh,
oh yes, there's one of my favorite statistics: the closest world championship in history, 1984. What a season! For those who aren't aware of the specifics, between Niki Lauda and Alain Prost, Niki Lauda ended up winning overall by, yes, half a point. And the reason that Prost had 71.5 points was because of the Monaco Grand Prix that year, which was a wet Monaco Grand Prix, which was not completed, and therefore half points were awarded, which meant that rather than scoring the full 9 points, he only scored 4.5. Whereas the Grand Prix had been finished, he would have been the world champion.
We get the max stat, the 2023 dominant year where you led 1,001 of the 1325 Grand Prix laps, which gave him a percentage of 75.54. Another interesting stat was last year, Oscar was the only driver to complete all of the laps in all of the races, and that's only been done, I think, 3 other times, and they're all world champions, and yeah, they're all world champions. Yeah, so it's a huge stat.
It was Michael Schumacher in 2002, Max Verstappen in 2023, and Lewis Hamilton in 20. Oh no, am I gonna get this wrong? 2018, I think. I think it was 2018. He didn't DNF. I think that's when he finished every lap. So, yeah, each of those drivers won the championship that year. So Oscar Piastri, in his second season of the sport, only starting off winning races once he was halfway through the season, managing to finish every racing lap, really shows one thing, that if, say, Norris, Leclerc, Hamilton, and Verstappen start getting a bit too hands-on with fighting each other for the lead, that consistency from Oscar could get him a place or two, which when that places or twos really start adding up, especially when you're at the front of the field and your opponents might be DNFing a race if they have too much contact with another driver. So I think that will definitely be playing into his hands a bit, because generally speaking, he's a very clean driver, having very few crashes, even in the very few he had in 2023. I think it was only 3 times in the whole season he made contact. Just as I'm talking, Kimi Antonelli sets the fastest first sector with a 29.225, and he doesn't appear to be stopping now.
And he's picked up speed. He's lost. I think he's a 10th, just under, it's 0.069 behind. That was a purple sector. That's interesting.
Yeah.
He's 0.069 after sector 2. So he's trying to push. It's one of those odd. It's not been great. It's not like a clear push across. Can anyone explain what Norris is doing? Sunday Drive, really what it looks like right now.
Very close for Kimi. 0.121 seconds off. Still a very decent lap by all standards. But yes, very close for him.
Yep. So it's a 30 points. That was off his best lap. His best lap is a 130.888. That was a 130.932. He has the fastest first sector, but didn't really improve in sector 1, sector 2. There was some inconsistencies.
I think he also has the fastest middle sector just on his current best lap, not last lap. So I think that means he has 2 fastest sectors now, unless I missed someone else taking it.
So Miles Manning asked, saying, when will we see the soft tire? The afternoon session, most likely. That's more. That's basically more representative of quali in the race. So I know someone was spamming a chat. We just got him. Spamming gets no points? No, spamming does not get you more points. Why losing your mind over testing day? Well, because we can. I don't know, it's more. Shay's here. Shay. Yeah, the wind did pick up. It's a little slightly lower now. It's 13.7. It was up around 16.5 like
Yeah.
20, 30 minutes ago. So it has picked up, died down a little bit, but it's still higher than normal. Flags are basically flying pretty rigorously, I should say. What happened to Russell? There's a bug on the board where Russell has been appearing where where Antonelli's been in, and we've been calling it baby Russell for as a joke because of that. Antonelli
Yes.
and we'll see if we are.
Hopefully it will have cleared up by the afternoon session.
Here comes Isaac, and he's coming in. So no one's on track right now. He's the last one to come in. So it looks like everyone's coming in, and they're saying the Haas is in. They're bringing in the Behrmans into the garage. So they're
Yeah.
probably setting up for another. So it'll be. My God, people are spamming again.
All right. I think we've got some Williams
Actually,
fans, or
yeah.
Carlos fans to be specific.
Well, he's
Well, he's
bringing
saying
up
Ferrari
Ferrari.
at the end though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what? You
Um,
know, you were doing this yesterday as well. So, um,
you
yeah,
go with that.
yeah, you were. All this taco spam makes you hungry. Spam, lovely spam.
Quali laps.
There's no championship points. It says,
Um,
yeah, but it's about who. Again, it's not about the points. It's not. It's more about who's doing laps. How did something happen? Like we saw Lando literally stop on track and bring out a yellow flag. Um, who's having issues? We saw Behrman having issues. Who's pounding laps? I mean, like right now, Norris has pounded 32, Doohan's done 38. Haddad is back out on track. He's done 40. So despite of the issues with Lando being a troll to us the first 10 laps he was on track, uh, he's pounded out another 22 laps after that. And it's about who's doing what. Um, and I know Behrman's like ninth, Alonso's 10th. But like it's not necessarily about the times. It's not necessarily about the speed. It's about who's out there doing laps, who's looking reliable, who's not making mistakes is what we're looking for. And it really helps us to find the back markers than it does the top four. When it comes to Ferrari, Mercedes, um, McLaren, and Red Bull, I mean they're the top four on the board, and that's to be expected. And the difference between P1 and P4 right now is 4 tenths. If we add just a little more, I mean, under a second, we've got Jack Doohan in that mix, and that's a story within itself. Within
mm,
P7, so we go to Albin and Isaac Hajad. I mean, they're under a second. So those are for Isaac, that's a good showing out here. There and that gives us, we know the top is going to be tight, but we know the middle is going to be tight, and
mm,
that's the big thing. That we know that midfield is going to be tight, and that's going to be Alpine's looking good right now. Um, the Racing Bulls, Aston Martin is looking weakness at the moment. We've seen, yeah. So it's telling us pieces of information, but not necessarily, the championship fight. That will develop as we actually get to the race itself.
I think I just saw on the live broadcast a missing glance of Paul Aaron delivering coffees. I imagine he's having a grand old time. I must say, from his perspective, the hiring of Franco Colapinto as a reserve driver ahead of him as well, that must be absolutely crushing. because not only did Paul Aaron beat Franco Colapinto in the F2 Championship last year by a decent bit, he's also been in the Alpine Academy for I don't know off the top of my head, but he's definitely been in there for a decent minute. He spent most of his rookie years in the Alpine colours. And now to finally get to reserve driver role after Jack Doohan stepped up, to just basically have that robbed from him by pretty much have that robbed from him by Franco Quinto, who's realistically by all means is meant to be the Williams reserve driver. It's pretty rough on Paul Aaron. I'm going to be honest. I do have a bit of a soft spot for Paul Aaron. I've always been a fan of Paul Aaron. I'd love to see him in the sport. But I do think he's in a pretty rough spot now, and the spot he's currently in is not the spot you would expect to see someone who's about to end up in the sport in. But if I'm to be fair, Oscar was in a similar spot. Doohan was in a slightly better spot, but a similar spot. So it's definitely not impossible. It's just the fact that he's got Franco Colapinto, who's now a known value ahead of him, which is not going to be helping him. My thoughts on the Williams car. A video saying the Williams won't be fast during the race. I mean, I don't know. Personally, I've become a confident believer that Williams or Alpine will be the 5th fastest car on the grid this year. However, I think Williams. I don't see why they should struggle in the race. Most of Carlos Sainz's afternoon running yesterday was race practice, pretty much. He did his hot lap, which of course managed to be the fastest hot lap. So really, the Williams actually just looks like a strong car, and once again makes me think that Carlos Sainz has actually made, of all the possible decisions, the right decision. And of course, yes, we won't know till we're in Australia how its race pace will truly look, because, I mean, there's not they're definitely behind Mercedes, McLaren, and Red Bull, and Ferrari, sorry. But I don't know. And I know Williams is known for their primarily their straight line speed. But there's a decent bit of heavy braking in Bahrain, if I do say so myself. You got your turn 1, turn 4, 8, 9 and 10, 11, 13 and 14 and 15 if you want to count 15. It's not the most straightforward. So we do see Fernando Alonso is actually out here improving upon his times, which is it's a little exciting seeing so many green mini sectors. Max on a long run, how is he looking? Let's see, what was his previous lap time? A 1:36.0. If I'm going to be honest, a 1:36 is not particularly good. I won't beat around the bush for you. We'll see where he is at the end of this lap, but yeah, currently not looking super strong for him. I'm curious where Alonso's lap will place him. Because currently, how I see things, Verstappen 1:34.7. Yeah, that's more reasonable. That's within everywhere else the front runners are going. Because currently how it is with Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, and Red Bull up the front, and then your Alpine, Williams, and VCAR RB. And then your Sauber, Haas, and Aston at the back. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how we entered. Yeah, I mean, that was Alonso pushing a 132.325. Only good enough for ninth. That's pretty rough. Like, I'm going to be real with you. There aren't many redeeming qualities from that lap at all for him. This will be a pretty rough year, I fear, for Fernando Alonso, and another rough year for Lance Stroll. Currently out on track, we have, for those wondering, Albon, Verstappen, Hadjar, Alonso. Alonso did just do a push lap, so he's on a cool lap now. He might be about to come in, or he may be about to push, go for another push lap at the end of this. Verstappen crosses the line for a 135.2. That's a little inconsistent, if I'm going to be honest. Looking at times it's useless, yeah, but like within one guy on one stint, that's one of the few times where you can actually look at times and go, okay, so this guy is sitting around consistent lap times. That's probably, if I were to see that, I think, okay, the team's probably sandbagging a bit. But this driver's feeling comfortable in the car. Max is showing very inconsistent lap times. We've ranged from 136s to 134s. Of course, sometimes he runs into he finds other drivers on track, not runs into them. And most of the time he doesn't run into them. Yeah. Pretty pretty happy mostly. Verstappen, I'll tell you what his next lap time will be. He does cross the line. How is Sainz going out today? No. Carlos Sainz, he finished up yesterday. We will have a full day for Alex Albon, which will be pretty intense for him. But of course, Carlos said it yesterday. As we see Verstappen, from the looks of things, he's sitting around 135s. Alonso stop, that is a visual thing. Do not stress it. I will let you, I'd probably promise you, will hear me going, panicking a little bit about the appearance of yellow flags if a car is stopped on track. All right. This is Kimi on a set of used medium. Yeah, Kimi Antonelli currently on a set of used medium tires, so he's probably not pushing massively. He's probably on his long runs currently. But yes, we will not be seeing Carlos Sainz or Liam Lawson at all today. They have the next time we will see them in these cars will be at the first free practice session at the Australian Grand Prix. We have gained Norris and Doohan on track. Norris is out there on a fresh set of hards, D2s, I believe, and we have Doohan on a fresh set of mediums. He might go for a push lap. Be pretty exciting. Why is Leclerc not out? I don't know. I should be fair. When you probably asked that question, he probably wasn't out. But you ask for him and he shall appear. Charles Leclerc is now exiting the pit lane. So worth keeping an eye on will be Doohan's time. And Leclerc, from the looks of things, is out on used C3s from the data I'm seeing currently. We'll see if Lando Norris is trying to go on a push lap or not as he crosses the line to start a lap, something he's not known for being particularly good at. Here comes Jack Doohan. And from the looks of those mini sectors, I do not believe Doohan is going crazy. Oh, Norris setting a couple of green mini sectors, same with Doohan. But that's probably just fresh tires, tracks being rubbed up a bit more. Oh no, actually he is. Actually, Norris is up in that first sector. That's it all. That's his personal best in the first sector, and Doohan is actually not far off Leclerc's first sector time on his fastest lap. So we'll see what Norris can do through the middle sector as well. Just keep an eye on him. And I've got my eye on Doohan, so we should collectively be able to keep an eye on both of them. We've got two eyes for a reason. And no, it looks like Norris not quite got the pace through there. Doohan still on a decent lap. Be a personal best for him. But I think could still be within a second of Leclerc, which would be a very neat little time for him. Lando Norris on 132.2 and Jack Doohan a 131.6. He was actually faster that lap than Lando Norris. That was pretty neat from Jack. Only 4/10 off his fastest lap. So we are not looking too bad for Jack Doohan. Think Aston will be 6th in the championship. Okay. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think he'll be a lot lower. I think Aston will be a lot lower. Aston is so far off the pace. They've been having issues pretty much through every single practice session. I don't see this being a good season for them at all. Hopefully, they will just focus on 2026 a bit. Does Oscar also have good times on hards as Lando, or is Lando just on a roll? Does Oscar have good times on hards? I mean, both their yellow flag. For just a moment, that appeared to be Alex Albon having a bit of a moment, kind of around turn 10 and then the following straight. Yet to see a replay of what happened. I doubt it was anything complicated. I will keep you posted when I see what has happened. Alonso will beat Sainz. We were running a poll on that, weren't we? Yes, we were. Well, I can tell you that might be what you believe, but 67% of people believe that Carlos Sainz will beat Fernando Alonso. Which, personally, I would say that is a reasonable enough call. True. Aston does have Stroll. What benefits you decide to come from that are up to you. I never saw Piastri run hards. No, Piastri definitely has run hards at some point. Well, I can confirm Paul Aaron is doing quite well. It's his job as the man bringing around tea and biscuits, making sure to offer some to the reporters in the pit lane. I'm sure Ted Kravitz will appreciate that one quite a lot.
Chat Bacon the Goat. It's asking who's sick, excluding Lawson and Sainz. It's Stroll who is sick this morning. This is why Alonso's in the car right now. Oh, he went past the line.
Just whilst you were gone, Grash, there was a temporary yellow flag around turn 10.
Okay.
I haven't seen a replay yet, but Alex Albon had a bit of a moment. I think Verstappen might have been involved. They were both near each other on track, so it is possible that we might have had a Piastri and Hulkenberg-esque moment where Verstappen was on a push lap and Albon didn't quite get out of the way.
Oh well, that is what it is. Oh.
Yes, of course, these things happen.
We are going to see Max all day today. So again, we got an hour and 20 minutes left in this session so far, and then we'll see him again for another 4 hours this afternoon.
Verstappen not pushing. Well, he's doing a race run, so he's not going to be full pushing. Most of his times are sitting around the 135s, so that's of course nowhere near his fastest lap. It's about 3 seconds off it. But if that 3 second faster lap was a qualifying lap, then that sort of pace makes sense for Verstappen during the race. And yes, unfortunately, the Aston Martin is a downgrade again, from everything we can tell. Well, if I must be fair, it may look as if the Aston Martin is a downgrade. It is still It is still a faster car, but similarly to Red Bull last year, as they started to fall behind Ferrari and McLaren and Mercedes some weekends. That wasn't that Red Bull was getting worse. It's just they weren't getting better as fast. We was like, generally speaking, we'll call that worse. But the car is still fast. Like the Red Bull that Max drove in Abu Dhabi is still definitely faster than the one he drove in Bahrain. And it'll be the same this year, in theory at least, because it all comes down to development. And that's why McLaren and Ferrari did so well last year, is because that really simply put, they just developed their cars more consistently, faster, and better, which was just lacking a bit in, and by a bit, I mean a fair bit in Red Bull.
Red Bull about to do a pit stop simulation test.
It will be interesting to see how this one goes for them.
Let's see.
Not terrible. That was probably, if I were to guess, probably about 2.5 seconds. I didn't have the stopwatch out. I was counting in my head, but
Like they're gonna pull Max into the garage.
Yes.
So that basically, yeah, they're gonna pull him. They're setting up for something. That's why you'd pull him back in the garage. X's Louis Newing hurt Red Bull development wise. No, that's not the case with Newing. Newing was on his way out as it is. He was gonna leave. It looked like, and the Horner stuff looked like put the acceleration, the floor accelerator to the floor on that. What really hurt Red Bull is that, if you remember, 2 years ago, they were when they implemented the cost caps for the first time. Red Bull was said basically Red Bull had breached the cost cap and took a penalty on development time. When that happened in 2022, the 2023 car was already in the books. So that development time hit through the end of 2023 into the 2024 season. And so the 24 car is what the car that what took the brunt of that penalty. And now that we've seen that they've now dropped from number one in the constructors to third in the constructors, so they've got actually even now. So they've went from being at like 65% to 60% up to around 75% of the aero time. And I don't have the numbers exact, but basically they've got the third place time for um, third place time for development in aero time. So that's going to be a big benefit to them, where they had been, you know, at a discount already for being first place, and then having that penalty for having the cost of recap a few years ago. So that's why. Haas, I mentioned we've talked about Haas. You missed when Haas lost part of their engine cover earlier. You were also here when Lando stopped on track for a moment, and after losing the back end for a little bit. You guess the 25 season is going to be bad for? No, it's not going to be bad for 2025. No, no, no. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail between between Ferrari, between McLaren, between Red Bull, even to Mercedes. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail. We've got, and you are back, and you are gone. But ultimately, I mean, like Williams is surprisingly good. Like they could easily be the fifth car, and they could be winning races. That's the thing. That they've got Carlos Sainz. He's a clear talent. He's got if the car's good enough, they could easily they could and we've talked earlier. Like I've said, yeah, he could be on the podium.
I must say,
So
when we were entering testing, generally speaking, my opinion was Williams will probably have one of their best seasons in a while, but it's not going to be. I was hesitant to say podium, but really, like, I'm not that hesitant now. If I'm to be completely honest with myself, I think podiums are almost quite reasonably on the table at some point in the season, especially considering we have um Carlos Sainz in that car, a four-time race winner. Uh, he's probably got, off the top of my head, something like 20-ish podiums, something like that. Uh, he's definitely capable of it in a fair few cars on that grid, and I'd say the Williams is definitely one of the ones he could pull out another podium. Yes, 27 podiums. I think a 28th for Carlos this year. Not necessarily a fifth win, but I think another podium. That's a reasonable assumption.
I've got to be a mod for a little bit. So you're gonna
Oh,
have to
that's
keep
okay.
talking. Yeah.
I did just see that. Is anyone up to who's on track? Norris, Leclerc, and Antonelli. Um, Behrman's just peeled into the pits, doing a interesting pit stop strategy, pit stop play there. That looked honestly more like an F2 pit stop. They didn't have all their men out there for some reason. That's a bit odd. They had one person on each tire and wheel gun. So they had to use the wheel gun, remove the tire. The guy would have to put down the wheel gun, take the tire off, put the other tire on, and then slap it back on the car. Albon, I believe, last time I checked, was using C2 tires. Of course, he's not currently out on track, so
Who who are we looking for?
Albon, I
Um,
believe he
Albin's
was.
yeah, he was using C2, hard C2.
Yeah, going to be Hamilton versus Leclerc versus Verstappen versus Russell this year. Very confident in not putting a single McLaren in that list, considering that they were the constructors' champions last year. That's an interesting take. I I don't necessarily agree with that, but it's an interesting take, that's for sure. Personally, I think it's reasonable to at least say Lando will probably be more in the fight. And Oscar, things are going to have to go pretty well for him if I'm to be completely fair. But I do think he could be somewhere in the fight at some stage. I mean, hell, Robert Kubica was in the fight in 2008 for a bit. So these things do happen. When's the Australian Grand Prix? The Grand Prix weekend, if I'm not mistaken, is the 14th to the 16th of March. So, in the grand scheme of things, not too far away, only 2 weeks away. So, we will have this, and then we will be off to my second hometown of Melbourne. Because for those who weren't here on day one, I am Australian. NASCAR better. You are entitled to your opinions. I will say that much.
Better no, NASCAR is a different type of racing altogether. Okay.
Yeah.
One of the things that you deal with NASCAR is that you are in what's called pack racing, and pack racing is a spectacle all to itself. Like the I forget where they were last weekend, but and at Daytona, some of the best pack racing I've seen in a while. And it's just
Yeah,
just
I enjoyed watching Daytona.
you've got a dozen and more cars all around each other like crazy. It's just insane. Um, but you also have a dozen cars around each other, and it's really easy to screw something up and make what they refer to them as the big ones, where you get 10+ cars involved in an accident, and then they patch them up, and they send half of them get patched up and get sent out, and 2 or 3 are out of the race for good. And that's the nature of NASCAR in a lot of it, and they do loud bumping, which is absolutely crazy.
Yes.
So
They,
yeah, it's a different style of racing. It's not better or worse. It is what it is.
I saw a very interesting interview with, I don't know who exactly it was. I'm not a massive NASCAR fan, but it was someone in the NASCAR world who was talking about the mind. I think it was an ex-driver who was talking about the mindset of why it's generally considered okay to bump into the rears of people when you're entering one of the many left-hand corners. And I and his reasoning was that that's the equivalent of the other driver messing up your race. So by making you brake earlier than you normally would. Because if anyone's ever played an F1 game, if you're approaching a corner, you're usually going to brake a little bit earlier than you would if there's a car who's only 1 or 2 car lengths ahead of you, because you're going to hit them otherwise if you go with your normal braking point as that gap closes up. So usually you will brake just a little bit earlier. But there's this mindset in NASCAR that that it's not fair for another driver to force you to do that. And I think that really shows, like, really crucially how different of a sport it is. That the entire mindset of racing etiquette is completely different. There are, especially back in the like in the 80s and 90s, when I know even early 2000s it was arguably a bit worse, where you would have drivers sometimes just casually pit maneuvering each other and then being allowed to sort it out in the pit lane when they both end up crashing out of the race and then start brawling each other. If like you imagine that in F1, they, to be fair, it has happened in F1 rather recently, actually. Thank you, Max. But that's taken really, really seriously. Whilst you'll have these guys full on having boxing matches sometimes, it seems, in NASCAR, and acting like it's nothing, like that's just what's to be expected. So I really do think the mindset is so different that sometimes we forget how different it is. It's almost like trying to compare. It's almost like trying to compare, like, soccer or football, depending on where you are in the world, to like baseball, for example, or like another ball sport. It's like they're so different, and in our heads we understand that's really different, but people are more willing to look to compare motorsports in a similar sense, despite the fact that sometimes they're arguably even more different than the kind of standard ball sports and whatnot.
Yeah, over in NASCAR, there's a driver, Brad Keselowski. He is someone who will bump, he will bump people out of the way and cause wrecks. He's one of the bad boys of NASCAR in that regards. And it's a very much a NASCAR thing. Like when we go to IndyCar, we don't have that mentality. They're not touching, they're not bumping. They're racing in that regard. So.
Also worth mentioning, Fernando Alonso is actually on a hot lap. He's set a personal best in the first sector with a couple of purple mini sectors.
And he's on a new set of medium tires too.
He's lost a fair bit of time in that middle sector. He might be struggling a little bit. Is he still? No, he has lost out a bit in that middle sector. It's going to come down to this final sector.
Not
He
a
might still be a
bad.
bit off.
It's not a bad. It's not a bad middle sector. Just not an
Not a
improvement.
terrible run to the line. As Alonso crosses the line for a 132.084, which actually puts him a decent step ahead of Bortoleto in the Sauber. So still quite a ways off Hadjar in the V-Carb, but definitely still in the bottom three, where personally I would imagine this is where we will see the Aston Martin this year. I think we will be seeing the Aston Martin as a bottom three team, as we did sometimes see them last year. They were, what's a good example? Imola last year, they were definitely a bottom three team, without hesitation in my mind. That middle stint in the season, they really were like a bottom three team in every other weekend. It sometimes felt like, and the only reason we didn't notice is because of the fact that Fernando Alonso was having some of the craziest qualifying. Sometimes it felt. It would appear Lando Norris is also on a decent lap. He's on a set of new hard tires, so not necessarily a push lap. Oh, a crazy push lap, but a decent lap nonetheless.
Two things basically. People are taunting people in chat, and I've been throwing people out. Also, we've had a spammer coming through trying to be funny. Not dealing with that at this point. To John Brown is asking, dependent Newey's it's talking about Newey joining Aston Martin. He hasn't joined. He's still on gardening leave, and it will be middle of March when he comes on board with Aston Martin, 100%. So this year's car basically won't see his fingerprints on it, but it will be next year's car where he will have an impact, and that's going to be. And if anything he can do for this year's car, um, they'll try and implement it, but it's really next year's car where Newey is going to have that impact that we expect. Of course, next year is going to be crazy because this is the last year with DRS. They're going to that active aero next year,
Forget that.
and that's crazy. I understand it conceptually, but I'm still wrapping my head around it um, in a functional way. So that's one of the things that's going on. The car is shrinking, which is a good sign. It's gonna be lighter, it's gonna be smaller, and that's it's still gonna be a big car, but it's gonna be smaller than this year. So again, Jack is asking,
Honestly,
yeah, Newey has not done any work on the AMR as of yet because he's not officially with AMR until that gardening leave period finishes up with him. Again, mid March is when that starts, when he comes to work at AMR full time officially.
I must say, looking to the future, in 2026, I mean, of course, being a newer fan, this will be my first regulations change, major regulations change that I've ever seen. So, and honestly, I definitely think it's an upgrade on the current regulation. The one thing that I hope we'll see is because as much as I am a bit of a nerd for F1, I have not sat down and read all the draft regulations, so I don't know them perfectly. But a bit of me does hope is that there'll be a little bit more wiggle room, say, in the regulations, like spaces for teams to give something a go that no one else is doing on the grid. Whether it works or not, that's completely optional. And then also having the FIA being okay with that. I still think it's a crime that DAS was cut because I think that was a very impressive innovation that honestly they could have seen and then implemented as a part of the regulations. Um, I think that
They're
would have
going
been
away from
far better.
they're going away from the DS system to the active aero, what they call an active aero
Yeah.
system, and that is no one really. The feeling is that people accepted the drag reduction system, but never. Just a note right now, we're looking at Jack Doohan. He's got aero paint on the left side of his car by his suspension and part of the wheel. That's fluid suspension, I should say. Yeah, people are asking chat about softs. No softs yet. Expect them in the afternoon session, and the only two teams that have softs are Ferrari and Williams. It's not that people accepted the DRS system, but it was always felt like it was a band-aid for better racing. And that's what the
Yeah.
active aero is intended to be more natural in that session in that way.
Because I must say, I do look at active aero and it looks like something that if 2020s or like late 2010s Mercedes had been given more reign to come up with a design for a car, it feels like something they might have naturally implemented to the car just for the sake of trying it. And I feel that I feel like that in that sense it'll definitely work better than um the previous DRS system has worked because of the fact that DRS, no one's just coming up with that. It's very much just something that the FIA has enforced, rather than active aero, which feels like a more natural evolution for the cars.
So we will see how that goes next year. That is something we'll what mode again. There's just two modes basically. Basically, effectively, DRS open, DRS closed type modes is basically the difference.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what information we get about the modes.
Hmm.
Um, so we've got Norris. He looks like he's flying, but he hasn't improved in his sector one times yet. He is on a hard tire though, so he's not.
Yeah.
He's not going. He could be going faster.
Yeah. I'd imagine he's probably out there doing a bit of race pace testing. As we see, we are just 3 minutes into the, or 4 minutes into the final hour of the final morning session of preseason testing. Where right now, pretty much nothing much is happening, which at this stage is somewhat to be expected.
Oh, it's not that nothing's happening. It's just that they're not
Yes.
going for splashy laps. They're doing more
Yes.
race run programs. Like again, Lando's on a new hard tire, um, and you know his last lap was a 133. His best lap was a 130. Almost,
Mm.
yeah. So he's like 2.5 seconds, almost 2-3 seconds off his best lap already. We got Leclerc coming out of the pits. He hasn't been on track. We haven't seen him in a while. We've got Antonelli coming around for a lap. But we look at Isaac Hack, who's been on track. He's did at 137, which is that's relatively slow. His best lap
Yeah.
was a 131. Behrman's on track right now. He did a 138. That's also slow. 6 seconds off his best lap. So they're doing other things than high speed quality simulation, and that you don't need to do. People are asking about Lawson. So Lawson drove yesterday for both sessions. The same thing with Carlos Sainz. So they won't be on track today. Now the curveball right now is with Alonso. He is actually in for Stroll for this session. He was scheduled for this afternoon. Stroll this morning basically was not 100%, was sick. Um, they are going to see where he is later this afternoon. So we should know in the next 90 minutes or so whether Stroll will be driving this afternoon or it's basically going to be Alonso all day. Again, we're 55 minutes up to go. You are listening to the Racing YouTube channel. This is Grash with Evan, our masters of numbers. We are here covering the action here on track for preseason testing, the morning session of day 3. As things stand right now, Leclerc is at the top of the board, 146, 5. That's his last lap. He does his best lap was 130.811. Antonelli is 0.077 off. Norris is 0.132. Verstappen is fourth with a 3.9 gap of 3.98. Doohan is 0.428, so we're under a half second through P5. Albin is 6.33. Haddad is seventh, 0.950, so we're under a second through P7. Alonso is a 1.273. Boratello is a 1.414, and then Behrman is a 1.550. As for incidents, we've had people go off track. Lando did go off track at one point and stopped to get his bearings, but kept moving going on. Then we had the incident of where Behrman's the back engine cover basically blew off on him, and a chunk of that cover ended up off. It did end off the track, and so there was a yellow flag for the basically for the Marshal to jump over, pick that piece off. It was about a yard wide, yard and a half to by a yard wide chunk of the cover. So he basically crawled his way back into the pits, and his car has been repaired since then. I'm getting a replay of
Oh,
Lando losing the back
once
end,
again,
going off. Was that the same one
that's the
or
same
another?
corner. Yeah,
Oh, it's the same corner.
it's
Yeah,
it's
basically.
another incident, but it's the same corner.
So
Turn
basically, the
four.
back end of the car, he loses the back end of the car. For a few moments, he goes off track, comes back on. So no, not a big deal in that regards. Something fell
I
off the
must say,
Williams car on day one too. Andrew says, and I don't know what
yes,
happened.
yeah. I'm just one thing I do find I don't. I mean, I didn't. I've only really ever seen highlights from 2024 Bahrain last year because I wasn't watching the sport yet. But I don't really ever remember turn four being like a major. This is a hard corner. Your hard corner was like turn 10 and like turn one because it was easy to lock up into. But I feel like turn four has been the location over the past 3 days to be making mistakes. So I don't know whether there's been. I don't think there's been any profiling of the corner. There might have been some new tarmac possibly, but I don't
Yeah,
think there has been.
I know that other preseason testing has been in Spain, in Barcelona,
Yes.
and that's the other curveball here is that I think this is the first or second year in Bahrain for testing, whereas they've been in Barcelona for testing. So
Mm. Generally speaking, all things considered, somewhat similar tracks. You've got your long straight here and there, um, slightly more centered around medium speed corners in Barcelona, whilst Bahrain's more heavy braking with your occasional twisty turny bit. Um, but generally speaking, I, in my opinion, uh, layout wise, I think Bahrain's probably the best track on the calendar. It's pretty much got everything. It's got your fast kind of S's. It's got your long straights. It's got your hairpins. It's got your medium speed corners in turn 12 and kind of turn 11.
we
Um,
got a
much
race
everything.
control notice: track surface
Mm.
slippery in track sector 18. So that'd
Oh,
be by the end of the
that
track
would be
by the
sector two, I think. Like
18.
late sector two.
Oh, sector 18. Okay. I'm thinking turns
Yeah,
for
so
some
that'd
reason.
be mini sectors. No, it's fine. I was about to hang on. There's 15 turns on the Bahrain circuit.
Yeah.
Um, um, yeah, I think it's an odd. Don't I think we just saw Antonelli and Albon come through that part of the
Oh,
track. It didn't look like there was much of
yeah, there
anything.
was. Did they touch?
Um, I think it's just Antonelli being held up by Albon a bit from the looks of things. I think they both tried
And
to start hot laps and neither was willing to give up the
space.
leading spot.
Yeah, Albin finally pulled over to the side and Italy came out on the
Yeah,
inside.
which means we we did kind of get our first little bit of racing because if I'm to be completely honest, it didn't look like Albon willingly gave it up. I would imagine he probably just saw Antonelli diving up the inside and decided, all right then, that's the position. Which, if I'm to be honest, I doubt that will be the last time this season we'll be seeing a Williams and a Mercedes fighting each other on track, which is quite the exciting prospect, if I do say so myself.
Now we have a track surface slippery in track sector 1. What's going
No, it's
on?
definitely not cloudy.
Yeah, what's
It's
going
not
on
raining.
with the?
That's the way.
Yeah, it's not raining.
But that's
What?
like on other sides of the track as well. Trying to get
I
a look
wonder.
as
I
Antonelli
wonder
runs
what
down the
they're.
straight.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're highlighting here.
It
They're
might be
telling
a
the other team.
test. It might be they might just be testing systems because they tested the
Oh,
red flags and whatnot yesterday.
that is true.
Um,
So the question to chat.
but that's a weird sort of thing to test.
Yeah. So a question to chat: does the red flag test? And they've just thrown a red flag. Are they testing? They could be.
Yeah.
This could be another test.
Hang on.
Does this count as a red flag if they're testing the red flag system?
I don't believe that. I
Asking
think
for
this is an actual red flag. I've just unmuted the broadcast, and from how Crofty's talking, it seems to be uh an actual red flag.
oh, what's on the track?
Oh, what? What is that? Excuse me? Is that a bird? Has someone hit a bird? No, that's not a
I
bird.
don't know.
What?
It looked like it's glass. So there's
It
actually
looks like.
something on track. Well,
Okay, so I'm all right. It's just underneath the. It's just next to
oh, the window burst.
the finish.
The window busted.
Yeah, I think the window broke. I think that's glass from the. Yeah, that.
That's
How
what
have
it
we
is.
managed that?
It's 33
How have we
degrees
managed
Celsius.
that?
It's been cold and the glass heated up and it bursted. It looks like. I
Wow.
mean, that's what it looks like. Wow. So we do have a red flag.
I swear, like nothing normal is happening in this preseason testing.
Oh,
We've had the
why?
side of a car just full on ripping itself off. We've
Which
had
god of F1?
glass.
Which god of
Yeah,
F1
that's
did I
really
piss
weird.
off this time?
That's
Swear.
huh.
I swear. Like, why am I always getting the red flags? Red flag count +1. I mean, it. I had a red flag on. I had a red flag day one with the power going out. I mean,
Yeah.
that literally, I literally woke up, turned on the YouTube channel for the afternoon
Mhm,
session. I think I went to the bathroom and I literally came back, and I looked
mhm.
at the track and it's red like it is right now. I'm like, what's going on? Is it
Hmm.
a bird? No, it's glass from.
Nope.
Yeah,
That was just my
they're just.
mistaking
Yeah. Well, I
uh
mean,
past bits
it
of
it
information.
looked like feathers. It had
Yeah,
that
from a
feather
distance
like
it looked like
color,
feathers.
but it's glass, and
No,
they're
that is
cleaning it up.
definitely tiny shards of broken glass. That's really strange. I don't think I've ever
Again,
seen anything like that.
I should get a sponsor for red flags. This red flag session has been brought to you by this red
Squarespace.
flag moment. By what was that? By who again? Squarespace.
Squarespace,
Yeah.
the sponsor of
Uh,
today's stream.
this red
Before
flag moment has been
getting in
brought to you
trouble.
by LinkedIn. Are you having a problem at your job? LinkedIn can get you a new one. Something like that. Oh my god. We are not sponsored by Squarespace or LinkedIn.
No, we are not sponsored. Um,
Not
who
sponsored.
crashed? No one crashed, which is good because that would have
Yeah.
been rather unfortunate. We just
So
have glass broke
so
somehow.
they're now clearing that sector 18. But what's interesting is what happened in 18.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, the glass. So there's some
Yeah, because
glass.
that was one.
Yeah, so there was glass. So the start finish line box has glass, and some of it, that glass is broken and it fell onto the track. That's why we have a red flag. They literally the marshals are now have brooms and sweeping the track.
From the look of things, it's roughly halfway through. That mini sector 18 is roughly halfway down the straight sector 2, like up between turn 10 and 11.
Huh.
So, mate, like a bit closer to 10, but I mean, Albon had a moment of yellow flag there. He might have lost some bodywork maybe, and like a tiny bit of floor
It
if he
could
went
have
over a
been
curb.
that he may
Because
have
I didn't see a
hit.
replay of it.
Yeah, he could also. I know he did go off track. He may have uh, kicked off pebbles and dirt onto the track, which would
Yeah.
which would which would bring out that. Again, we are in.
So I
Again,
would
this is
imagine the other
you
side.
are listening to the Racing CQ channel. This is Crash, your harbinger of red flags with my new alkylate of red flags. Now, Evan, you have been baptized in fire of red flags. Um, the red flag is a result that the start finish box on track has glass in it, and that glass burst, and it burst and fell on, and it's tempered glass. So when it bursts into part, particular.
Lots of little
That's what
bits.
happens, and that's your windshield on your car. That's what it's supposed to do because you don't, and that's to be. It's a safety glass feature so that you don't get these big shards of glass that can puncture you. And so it basically somehow may have fallen. So the piece fell off the start finish line and literally fell onto the track, making this confetti of glass on the track at the moment. And so we're waiting for the marshals to basically sweep it off from the track. And it was in some of it did get into the active lane of traffic. So
Yeah.
yeah, so that's basically what happened. They're sweeping that up off the track so that the track is then safe because that glass will puncture tires. So that's what we're waiting for
Yeah.
at the moment.
Easily.
And
And it was a
and
decent
let's
sized panel. If I were to estimate, it was probably a nearly a meter by meter panel, which
I'd put do a meter by
roughly
two.
yard by yard.
Yeah, I would put it. I know I'd put it bigger. I'd put it two by one. It looked like a
2 by 1.
rectangular
Yeah,
panel.
honestly.
Yeah, I mean, like if anyone's
Yeah.
watched hockey, these are the like the glass around the boards type
Yeah.
things it looked like was they were using.
Mm. Which really, I the thing is, the air temperature's 18.2. So as the track is now clear,
Yeah.
so green
So
light is on and cars can now come out.
we're still
I
in red
Yeah,
flag scenario, but yeah.
we are. That's probably just a track clear notification, not green flag. Yeah,
Only that sector was clear. Now it's track is clear. Okay, I just got the notification.
yeah,
Session will resume at 13:21. So that's within a minute or so.
yeah.
Like so that was issued 2 minutes ago.
But yeah, that was not on my 2025 bingo card. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Broken glass on track. Did not
Well,
predict that
another
one.
new one.
Oh,
I think the Aston
oh,
Martin's out.
oh, we've got cars. We've got 2 cars on track. We've got Antonelli and Alonso who made it out before the red flag. And I believe, yes, Piastri, no, sorry, not Piastri, Norris has lined up on the start finish straight.
Wait, did we just get
Or
another
not,
red flag?
sorry, the practice start. Yes, we did.
Why? Why did we just get another red flag?
I'm not sure.
Oh, goes.
Now we've got Oscar, who's because he lined up for a practice start to the right of the pit exit, but he's still behind the red flag panel, so he couldn't. So now he's stuck out there, waiting along with the Alpine of Jack Doohan and the Sauber of Gabriel Bortoleto. As now Antonelli and
Oh,
Alonso will slowly potter around the track.
but they're saying that there was a quad bike on the track, which is what brought out the red flag.
Oh. Yeah, I saw the quad bike, but it was it looked like it was off track by the time the track went green. Interesting.
So, someone gonna have to type in chat for basically what happened is that they said that the session was resumed 2 3 minutes ago. That happened, and the light did apparently went green, and Alonso and Natalie were ready to go and went out on track. But unfortunately, in the process of doing so, they didn't realize that there was a quad bike, a bike on track, um, and they threw the red flag right away. So the track is now clear.
So
This
we
is
should
crazy.
be
Yeah,
ready to
yeah,
start soon.
and they're all now, and like literally as soon as they threw that green light, we've got like
Yep.
three, 5 cars on track with Max about to jump, just doing a pit start, and we've got some racing on track.
Yep.
We've got several cars passing others at the moment. The Alpine is a moving chicane.
Um, yep.
And we
As
are
Lando
we are
Norris takes the
we
lead
are
at this
back to
pretend
green.
lap. It looks like everyone has decided on the order that they're going to approach
No,
the
no.
line now. It still looks like
So
Kimi Antonelli is considering the lead.
yeah, so the issue with Alonso and Antonelli is that they were able to, the light went green and they got onto track, and by the time they had passed the pit lane exit, they threw the red flag again, and that kept uh, Norris from going out because he was waiting for them to get ahead because only because he was going to do a pit lane exit. So we're doing a view from Jack Doohan with all the other cars passing him. He goes along Norris. Yeah, we just
I would
had 4 cars
imagine.
pass. Yeah, Jack Doohan was just passed by 4 cars.
It's interesting. Norris and Antonelli are still very close to each other, approaching turn 14, 15 to reach the main straight. Okay, Antonelli's backed off a bit now. Ollie Behrman's still very close to Fernando Alonso.
Oh.
Unless one of them pits, this will be
What are the
close
rookies?
between them.
What are the rookies doing here?
Oh no. Behrman is powering past Alonso. Oh, what is going on between them? Lando Norris seems to be setting some decent times. Yes,
He just did a purple
Behrman
sector
has
one.
passed Alonso. Oh, look at Lando go on the C2 tires as well. That's a very strong first sector. If he can hold this through the rest of the lap, he will quite comfortably be the fastest. With the only other person who improved it all at the beginning being Behrman, as he was getting a bit of a tow from Fernando Alonso.
Norris is about to finish sector 2. Oh, Dragon Soul, that we just had the red flags, so we're not in a red flag scenario anymore. Again, we that happened about 10 minutes ago. We were in a red flag scenario. We're no longer in the red flag, and we are moving around track pretty liberally at the moment too.
Norris is he's oh no. Oh, the last corner. Lando Norris messing up the last corner of the lap. A lap where he was going substantially faster than Charles Leclerc's current fastest lap. We won't see where that lap would have put him, but we will know that it was definitely capable of dethroning Leclerc's
More.
lap.
Oh yeah, they just showed a replay. He just lost the back end just a little
Yeah.
bit, and that right there lost him time. I think this is in sector 2 where he had an issue. Now he's showing the.
Yeah, that was on that one there was on the exit of the final corner. As we can see, is race engineer not looking particularly pleased with that one. I must say, I do feel like Lando has been making a lot of small mistakes throughout these sessions, which something he'll probably want to work on. How do you know where the mini sectors are? I was just approximating. I do not know for sure. And despite the fact we can't see what tire he is on, Charles Leclerc is on a set of C3 tires from the looks of things.
Yeah, that's what the board on F1 TV is reporting.
Yeah.
Our board again, that's a issue in the data stream with F1 themselves. That will he finishes the lap, that will probably get updated.
From the looks of things, he's not on a particularly fast lap or fast set of laps. He's currently just knocking some laps out, making
Why
sure
is
that
Russell? Why is Russell in the middle of the track? That's a bug that we've had all day. Be quite honest, we've been calling it him baby Russell because he's been small all day. Earlier on, he was moving around the track where Antonelli was, so it's just it's a it's a data glitch that we had earlier today. Heck, why we have
yes,
testing?
currently he is dwelling halfway down the second straight of the circuit, where he seems to found
Um,
himself quite comfortable there. He's been there a while now.
but even new friends can learn about past seasons. Liberty ruined our sport. Why? No, that makes no sense. You can go back and watch multiple seasons of F1 on F1 TV. So how is, and that's a Liberty Media thing.
Yeah.
That's a Ensko opinion being thrown about, and he's irrelevant. Like he shows up and he says something stupid, and it's basically, so the problem with Bernie Eccleston is that he's now no longer involved with F1, and he tries to make himself relevant to F1 by saying stupid stuff, and he says something stupid and outrageous, and people cover it because he said something stupid, and this is just the cycle again. He's no longer relevant, and that's how irrelevant people try to stay relevant. And I've seen this in other fields where people, they say something to sound relevant when they're not. And the idea that Livery Media has destroyed the sport, that's baloney. I'm here because one of the things that Liberty Media did was that um, they
Hey,
invested
my
into the mobile, not the mobile side, the social media side of F1, and particularly video development. And one of the things that that was a benefit to me as I was getting into F1 was all of the tech specs. The hey, this happened, and this is how we're breaking it down. Like Jolyon Palmer breaking down big incidents. I know you guys think Liberty sucks, but that's the stuff that Liberty Media brought to the table for F1, and then on top of that added Drive to Survive, and we had um a boon of fans because of that work. And you think we're all posers, but why are you the gatekeeper? Why do you think you could be the gatekeeper to F1 fandom? F1's bigger than it's ever been. Bigger than it's ever been. And you're going to be a gatekeeper? Come on. You know better. You know better, and you know I'm right. I'm right about you being a gatekeeper. Is Aston Martin fast? They haven't looked particularly fast, and they haven't run a lot of laps. They've only done 43 laps, which is actually pretty good for Aston Martin in this session. Um, I'm just noticing Bordeaux has only done 27. I don't know. Was there a reason why he's been in the garage so
Yeah,
much?
he spent about nearly like the middle 2 hours, pretty much, just in the garage. I noticed that probably about an hour and a half, or half an hour past halfway. That he'd been in the garage for quite a while. So I don't know if they were fiddling with things on the car, or I hope just sitting there. But yeah, they've been sitting there for a while. I'm not totally sure what was going on with him. He had an attempt at a new fastest lap. We see Lando Norris getting out of the car. That might for Lando. If he's completely getting out of the car, I'm not sure whether, with less than 30 minutes remaining, whether he'll get back in it.
Look at the lap timing board, see if they're saying anything there.
And also, guys, great job. We have hit 800 likes. Good job to everyone on that. Of course, do give us a like if you're enjoying this stream. We do our best. And of course, feel free to subscribe to support the channel. And of course, every bit of support helps us with the eternal fight against the YouTube algorithm. So it's greatly appreciated, as we're now less than 100 off of 135,000 subscribers.
Yeah, they did notice that Portillo there were green screens up. So that was major work that was being done in this car. Like if you're taking the floor off, those green screens can go up. Part of the rules.
One thing that I think is worth noting is for Alpine, of their rookie drivers, or not, sorry, not rookie drivers, reserve drivers, Franco Colapinto's not here this weekend, but Paul Aaron is. I
We
want.
we
I'm
know
not. I
Paul
don't
Aaron
think.
is We know Paul Aaron is
Yes.
here because he's been giving out coffee and donuts to people,
Yes.
including Ted Kravitz.
Um. Yes. I'm not. I'm not sure why that would be. Oh, hang on. All Bortoletto's had a decent start to his lap. I think he was getting a tow from Albon. Yeah, and then Albon kind of got in his way a bit. I don't think that lap will go anywhere. No. But yeah, it's. I don't. I'm all right. We're gonna do a bit of research, see if Franco Colapinto's up to anything currently. I don't believe he is.
We're following along with Bortolello right now. He's on a C3 tire in that stake. It's interesting they got the stake branding. It should be just be the kick, but then again, it is.
No, I can't seem to find any other commitments that Franco currently has. From my understanding, he should be. There's no reason why he couldn't be at this weekend. So I think it's just interesting that they've decided to have Paul Aaron here, but no Franco. Considering that, from my understanding, Franco Colapinto is currently outranking Paul Aaron in the list of positions for reserve drivers at Alpine. Fernando was sandbagging. Um, I mean, whatever you need to tell yourself at this stage, really. I think peace of mind is the best we can give to any of the Aston Martin fans because I don't know if we're going to get much better for them.
And again, he's done 43 laps, which is a decent number for the.
Yeah,
It's low, but it's still a reasonable number. I mean, Bartolo had 30. He's again, Verstappen only did 40. Has only done 46. So if you're keeping up with Max, then you're probably okay. It's not great. He's not in the 50s. He's not in that. Doing soundtrack, he's going to hit 60, but he's the first one to do. Sorry, Haddad did 63. So only a few of them are going to hit 60. So you're not that far off. It's not horrible. It's not that Aston Martin has done. It's not that they've done great or good. It's just been a mid session for them. And they haven't looked. They're at the back of the grid. They haven't run the most number of laps. It's just can all this change? And it could be that this was just testing, and they go back,
yeah,
they go with the drawing board, they get their act together, and they come out and let's say go in Australia, Alonso gets a podium. We're not going to remember any of this happened at preseason.
yeah.
So I mean that's how quick things can change.
I think that's something always worth considering is that everything that you'll hear anyone say about preseason testing, especially those who aren't trained in analyzing stuff like this, take it all with like literally the largest grain of salt. The only thing I would definitively take from preseason testing is that Williams is kind of good now. And that's about it. Like, that's the only thing I'm certain on. There is still the possibility that we could show up to Australia, and of course, Aston's got pace. V-Carb and Alpine might actually be comfortably ahead of Williams most of the time,
I mean,
which we
Albin
wouldn't
might
on paper expect.
Albin could be crash happy still, and
Yeah,
that was a
we
big deal. Yeah, so there's still questions with Williams. They're not out of the woods from where they were previously, but we've seen with Carlos in the car a different tenor and pace and speed that we hadn't seen before, and that's where the optimism with Williams is coming from. After that, um, Haas has been, we've looked at Haas, but has been decided to pound laps and not worry about speed. It's odd, but Haas has been happy down there, with the sole exception of an engine cover failure.
yeah.
Um, and then we know that the top four have their act together. That's really what we know. We know that they're close. I mean, like right now, Leclerc is first, Antonelli second, Norris is third, Verstappen's fourth, and they're within 4/10 of each other. And we add in Alpine, Alpine was doing there. That's a quarter of a second. I mean, sorry, a half a second right there. So and then we get Albin Haddad within a second. So there's 7 drivers within 1 second, 5 drivers within half a second. The top four within 4/10. That's tight, and that's all we can do right now. Is Russell dead? No, Russell is not dead. Russell basically, there's been a glitch today where Russell has been where Antonelli was in the beginning, and then ultimately, we've got what we've been referring to as Baby Russell, and this is where the data is stopped. And at some point, that will get refreshed in the afternoon when Russell actually gets on track. So just a track. We've been making fun of Russell being on track, the AK Baby Russell, for the past few hours.
One question I did see a little while ago, which might seem like a bit of a stupid question, but of course, some questions are a stupid question. Which was someone just asking the last time Ferrari was truly fighting for a championship. Of course,
Was
they
it?
were fighting for the constructors last year. Drivers wise, I know a lot of people
Schumacher?
would say 2022, but honestly, I probably wouldn't
No,
say until 2018 because as much as Leclerc did lead the championship, it's like once he lost it, it wasn't close at all in
it was it
2022.
was it was error. There were like three things that were going on. There was some driver error. There was some reliability issues, and then there was team strategy error.
Yeah,
And they were all playing with Leclerc, and it basically once Max had taken over control of the
it
championship,
it
those
was over.
continued through. Those continued. Yeah, it was over because those continued through the rest of the year. We're at 15 minutes left in this session right now. Um, we're not gonna stop streaming. It's just we're probably just gonna stop talking for at least an hour.
Yeah, I
From
will
the
be
from
headed off.
No,
Um,
McLaren did not drown their car in Vosges today, but Alpine did for a little while. I know that was funny yesterday with all that Flovis paint
yeah,
in
that
the
was a
pit
lot of
lane.
focus.
It's way too much, and they were trying to hide the Flovis cleaning from the reporters as well. Oh, that was hilarious to watch, and they've repeated that incident where Norris comes into the pits, and they've got all the engineers out around to form the human wall, and even one of them is pestering the photographer from taking a picture. Just and the guy who's doing it to the photographer has this big freaking grin on his face, knowing what he's doing and taking delight in what he's doing, and it's like,
uh,
and he knows what he's doing. He's taking delight in it too, less. The
we get
photographer, he
we're
he
getting a
takes
bit of
no. Ooh, we're getting a nice shot.
like a bit of racing almost between Leclerc and Antonelli. They've been
No,
going at this for nearly a lap now. Um, we'll see if one of them might
he
peel off
goes.
into the pits or
Here
whether
you
they'll
go.
go for it.
Yeah, as they
No,
did
they're
went through the.
still going for it.
No, Antonelli
Antonelli's
just
going
passed.
for the
Just
position.
passed. Yeah,
Yeah,
after the start finish line,
right back up.
Antonelli passed Leclerc.
Well, we got a lap of kind of fighting. Um, they got
I
pretty
wonder.
close, to be completely honest, through turn 10. I looked like Antonelli wasn't going to slow down fast enough for him, to be completely honest. For now, Leclerc's going to be reasonably close to the rear of him. I must say, one thing that if I was running a team, I think would be worth considering is looking at how my car does behind another car. Because that's a big thing. Like, you're not gonna spend an entire race like
And I
in
wonder.
clean air.
I wonder if
You're gonna
Antonelli
spend
was.
time behind another car.
Yeah, I wonder if Antonelli was behind Leclerc just to draft behind him for a little bit to get a
Yeah.
feel for being behind him and then finally passing
Mm.
him.
Yeah. I
The
do wonder if it
number
was
the number that we are looking for is 57. That is the number of laps in the race here in a few weeks. Leclerc has it. Antonelli will get it at the end of this lap. Norris has it. Verstappen doesn't. He's only at 47. He's 10
Albon's
off.
about to get it.
Albon's about to get it. Dune has it. He's at 61. Haddad had it. Alonso does not have it. He's got 45. Borella, yeah, the kick did not get it 31, but Bierman does has it 59. So we're talking
Mm.
about three of the 10 drivers are not going to get
Ooh.
race distance.
We've got Fernando Alonso on the C1 tires. I don't think I've seen any C1 tires this weekend yet, or not from memory at least. I imagine,
It
which is
shows C.
interesting to pull them out
Yep,
now.
C1. The timing board is weird. Not updating correctly. Yeah, it's C1. It's not that we haven't. They're not as
There
weren't
probably
as
has
picked as
been some
many.
others.
But in
Yeah.
C1 is not, that's a harder tire, so it's not going to be as fast as say, the C2, C3, C4s.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see that he's on the C1s right now.
And for those wondering, because I've seen a couple questions in chat, uh, Lando Norris will probably not be coming out again. Saw him getting out of the car. Ollie Behrman was very much out of the car. He won't be coming out again. Verstappen, I'm fairly certain I saw them working on that car pretty recently. I don't think they'll be coming out.
Yeah, and
Dylan,
he's got.
maybe, but I doubt it. At this stage, most people who are in are in,
So
and that's it
we
for
will see Max Verstappen again in the afternoon session. We'll see Albon again in
yes.
next session. The question that we don't know as of yet is with Aston Martin. Stroll was supposed to drive today this session, but was sick, and so Alonso has been out. Uh, it will be a question whether or not Alonso is in the next session or it's Stroll. Well, and we will find out in 70 minutes, basically, is what we'll know at the latest, because that's when the next session starts. We are about under 10 minutes left to go in this morning session. We are going to say streaming. So, in about 10 minutes, we're going to go to about 10 minutes. We're going to go to some music for about an hour. It's going to give me time to rest up a little bit and get things. Do they have flow fizz paint? Yes, they do have flow fizz paint on the
Yes.
Aston Martin.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's probably
it's
why they
interesting.
brought out the C1s.
Yeah, that's probably why. Because they don't need speed.
Yeah. And probably good to get them used now, because otherwise there wasn't much point bringing them. Because I would imagine that
Let me see.
of this evening.
Okay, so it
Oh,
looks like that they've announced that Alonso will
yes.
be in the afternoon session. That's what he was
Okay.
scheduled for already.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's Stroll they posted on X. They're showing F1 TV is showing Alonso in the afternoon session right
Yeah.
now.
However, that could just be they haven't updated it. So,
Yeah.
hmm. I must say it's been quite an entertaining and busy morning session to start our final day of preseason testing with red flag due to broken mirrors, sides of cars being ripped off. What else do we have? Norris having his moment in turn 4. Yeah.
And then after that, it's been a couple people going off track.
Yeah.
Again, I think that sector 18 was basically, I think, was probably Albin going off track and kicking some pebbles onto the track.
I must say, I think I know Lance is unwell currently, but hopefully he might have tuned into the session and taken note from Lando choosing to go to reverse and go around the gravel trap, as I think that might have helped him a bit if he'd chosen to go with that strategy in Brazil last year. He might have actually gotten to participate in the race rather than just a third of the formation lap.
So one of the things that their F1 is talking about is basically like basically they're here testing, but later they're going to be it's going to be in the middle of the first triple header of the season when the race is going to be here. The conditions. So one of the things that Pirelli is concerned about is that today it's been the hottest day of the 3 days, but the other 2 days were very cool. Mercedes knew that we're happy about we're both happy and knew that they were performing better because it was cooler. But also the tire degradation is going to be much hotter, much harsher when they come back. And that's going to be the tire degradation they're seeing now is not going to be the same tire degradation they're going to see during the race. It's going to be these tires are going to fall off much faster. So that is something, that's something Pirelli is looking at.
As now where you might see someone be able to do a couple of push laps that could all be their new fastest lap on the same set of tires, as long as they do a cool down lap in between. They probably won't be able to do that when it comes time for the actual event.
So what we saw on F1 TV was actually wrong. They've actually updated F1 as a commentary section where they are updating. Basically, Stroll was unwell. He's recovered sufficiently to take over. So basically, Alonso's not going to get any afternoon running. Stroll is going to be in the car in this afternoon. That is going to be interesting.
That's a bit harsh on Alonso.
The thing that they're saying is he won't get any. This is quote. Well, Alonso won't get any representative running. But then again, as the most experienced driver on the grid, you could argue he needs it the least. Unquote. And they are now testing the virtual safety car. So you're going to see virtual safety car come up. They are now testing the virtual safety car. It will go in about a few seconds. It's going to go to the safety car. So it's now VSC deployed on screen here. Give it a few more seconds. They have now switched it to the safety car. And I think it's branded as Aston Martin. It will then, I think, will again go to from safety car. I think a red flag.
Red flag.
And this is them testing those systems for the sake of going through it. Why it's again why VSC deploy? It's a test.
Because as much as this is preseason testing for the teams, it is to an extent also preseason testing for the FIA. They've got to make sure that everything's going to work, because the last thing we need is to rock up to Australia, someone to bin it into the first corner and the red flag not work, say. That would just cause chaos, and of course can just pose risk to those on track.
Again, for those who just see it's now turned to a red flag, that's not an actual red flag. I've actually not done something to piss off the gods.
Do we know if we're going to get another mock race start like we did yesterday?
You mean the practice starts?
Yeah, the practice starts.
Yeah. So they should They should, in another minute or
Okay.
so, go from red flag back to
Mm.
green to a green flag scenario, and that will allow cars to go around to do a practice start. They may just it depends. They may just say the
Yeah.
heck with it and end the session, just for the sake of getting to lunch. Really, that's really the
Yes.
scenario. Um, but we are now under 3 minutes left in this session. We'll see if anyone goes out. It is now green flag. We'll see if anyone goes back out. If they are, they're going around to do eventually to be on track so they can do a practice start. And that's common
Let's
to
see.
see. Now, the tests are not common. You wouldn't necessarily see them in a FP1, FP2, FP3 scenario. But the practice start is something you would see at the end of those practice sessions.
Yes.
So we'll see if anyone goes out. They may not. They may not.
Um,
If we get to like a minute, they're probably not going to go out and do a practice start. It'd be interesting. I would, if I was Antonelli, was doing Albert, had or Borriella or Behrman, I'd be sending them out for the practice start. Pit lane is open,
yes,
and
they are
Hajad
going
is,
around.
yeah, so Hajad is coming out.
Toletto's out.
So
Um,
Behrman did get the race number. So did Norris, and Albon did as well. So it's basically Borelli, Alonso, and Verstappen didn't. And even still, Burrow did
mm,
35 laps. That's not that's low, but it's not horrible.
yeah. I must say, very impressive from Behrman, considering he probably spent about half an hour to an hour trying to get that engine cover
So
fixed.
yeah, so Barlow and Isaac are the two that have gone out. So they're the ones who are going to be doing again. Good for them for sending them out because they're the ones who definitely need those practice starts. So
Yes, we're gonna get an F2 2024 championship fight off the start once again. I can dream at least. Maybe Hajar can try not to mess up the start this time, and we might get a fight for the championship.
race control standing start. Are they just going to
I
use
know
them
last time they
together?
did. I
Did
would
they do
imagine.
did
I
they
know
do a rolling start?
last time they didn't do a rolling, or they did an aborted start yesterday and a normal race start.
Oh, okay.
Uh, with full red lights. So today, they
See
might.
see what
I'd assume they'll do the standing start, and they might do a rolling start the next time around.
so
I mean, we'll see. Bortoletto. We can dream lines up for his first start on pole position.
I don't think he's
Oh, that
actually
would be
lining up.
amazing. We shot.
I don't think he's lined up in the poll, but
We can pretend he is.
we're just glad we're seeing playing a new talent F1 just needs to find a new hobby. Oh, that's brutal but true. Oh my god. Oh, it's brutal. We will see Lance Stroll in the afternoon session, so there will be an
Yeah.
18th driver on the grid.
All right.
Extra formation lap. Okay, so they're going through their
Yeah.
their
So
things.
aborted start.
All
Yeah.
right. So it's not that worse. Not this stream will continue. After we're done talking, we will be playing some music. This is the lunch break, effectively, right now. I will be back. I don't know. I don't know when I will be back. It's a am I awake or am I asleep type question. I've gone the whole morning session, and it's 5. I went and I have not slept yet. It's 5 a.m. So it's a matter of whether or not if I am awake or not when I return. What's going to make my return? I'm planning to be back for um I'd like to be for the whole session, but I don't know if I will be. Again, uh, it's how much am I going to sleep is the big question. I will be back for the end of the afternoon session to see what's up. I suspect those reds are going to pop out in the last 2 hours, so I definitely want to be here for that. So I will, until I see you guys later on. Have a good lunch. Enjoy the music. It's great music. Um, we'll be back when I'll be back when I know you're done for the day. I want to thank you, Evan, for coming on board. I look forward to be working with you and seeing you do sessions as we go out through the year. So
Yes, thank you. It's been a pleasure, my first commentating experience. I do look forward to getting more, of course. I could relieve you of some inconvenient time zone duties for a couple of them, as both China and Japan are slightly nicer for me than they would ever be for anyone in the United States.
Yeah, the funny thing is like China was one of the, and they are coming back around for they actually did do the aborted start, and so they've
Yeah,
come
they did
back
the aborted
around.
start. Yeah.
Okay, so
Back
they're
to
doing the FI favors by coming out and doing this for them, because they did
yeah.
do an aborted, they did do the extra formation lap, and they've come back
Oh,
around.
the lights coming on, and here we go. And as was expected, similarly to last time, Hajar intentionally waits because the goal, of course, is not have racing, not these cars damaged. We just need to test that the lights work, really simply put.
And then we have a red flag. Is that an actual red flag, or is it just a tested red flag?
Just tests. They're both fine, from what I can see at least. Yes, I will make my leave now. It's been a pleasure spending time with you all and commentating for you and answering your questions, no matter how weird they may sometimes seem. And I look forward to the next time I get to do this. I'll see you guys around.
All right, I will see you all soon. All right. Again, for the Racing Statistics, this has been Grash. I had Evan with me this session. This has been the morning session. Again, about an hour from now, we will be picking up about 55 minutes, literally now. Will be the afternoon session will kick off. I don't know if I'll be here at the beginning, but I'll be here during that session. So you'll hear from me at least during that afternoon session, during some portion of it. Until then, I will see you all. Go get something to drink, something to eat, and come back charged for our last 4 hours of testing. All right, I will see you soon. morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. This is the Race Distance YouTube channel, and we are in the final session of testing for the F1 2025 season. Again, this is the Race Distance YouTube channel. This is Grash with you live. You guys hear me in chat? You guys hear me in chat? Let's just get a thumbs up or something for you guys. Know that you guys can hear me well. We're right now an hour and 40 minutes left in this session. We've got 6 cars on track. It's Stroll, Sonoda, Russell, Ocon, Oscar, and Hulkenberg at the moment. A few minutes ago, Verstappen did a P3, then did a P1 style lap. He's the first one to go into 129s. It's a 129.844 and he did that on a medium tire. The C3, which is the soft that's normally here at Bahrain. Good, you guys can hear me. Cool. I want to thank those who have showed up, like Andrew. There's a few more. Stefan K. I know Shay's here. Again, these are like me. These are people who have joined the channel. You can see the badge, the star in front by their name. Those are watching just on the stream. That there's an icon to the side. Andrew just showed up with his loud and clear. There's a little icon that showed that he's a member of the channel. One of the things you do as you get props for being a member. We call you out, but also there is special emojis that you get for being part of the channel. And then there's also a super chat that you get each month as well. Looking at radio check, give me facts. I'm trying to see where else. Archie says that Ferrari's going to have a problem. 2 drivers want to dominate. David's asking, well, who's the best driver on the grid in your opinion, just talent-wise? That's a good question. I mean, you got to go with Max, being the 4-time world time champion. He's out there defending, and he manages to do things with that car that are just crazy at times, particularly in the past year. When hasn't been the best car of all time, he manages to get the car into positions and to get past people and whatnot. People are asking, Lucio said, how do you get this data? Part of what we're seeing here is multi-viewer. There's a few other pieces of this display as well. Good morning from Houston. Good morning from DFW, Maurice. Got Forza Bortoletto, Brazilian fans. Giovanni thinks that Lewis won't win 2025, assuming the championship with Ferrari. Though the next Leandro thinks that Lewis Hamilton will be the champion driver. But looking at testing results, what teams do you predict will be the fastest this season? Well, I mean the top 4. So we're looking at the top 4 being Red Bull, McLaren, Ferrari, and Mercedes. They're definitely in the mix. The next, then we've got the surprises. In this case, basically, Williams and Alpine have been interesting in terms of how they performed. They've looked really good. So that's, we've looked at 6 teams already. Now we've got the last 4 teams. Aston Martin hasn't looked good. Stake has not looked very good. Racing Bulls have looked at times, but not always. And then Aston Martin has been really a mess. They haven't like if they were sandbagging, if all of a sudden, I mean, like basically one of the things you said, if like say in Australia in the next few weeks, Alonso turns around and gets a pole or gets a podium, then the troubles and the issues that they've had through this preseason will all be gone. Yeah, again, do they seem weird? It's just been weird. They haven't been putting in the laps. They've had issues. We had Stroll this morning be sick, and now he's okay, and so they flip flop Stroll and Alonso. So Alonso did only morning sessions. Just yeah, very very weird. Jack's putting the M5X. That's too early. It's just the M4X for right now. You may be correct later on this year, but it's not. It's not. This is why we watch. Falcon, enjoying Ghastly P2 because I know it'll be a very long time I'll see that in the race. Yeah, well, it's one of those. What's going on? It's one of those under the right circumstances and conditions. I mean, he did get the P2 P3 with Alcon in Brazil. I mean, it was a rainy race, but the right conditions, right strategy, he can be um to be up there. Casey thinks Gasly gets a win this year. Possibly. Torvalds, you again. One of the things that's going on right now is that we have not seen the red tires, and the reason is that only two teams took a set of C5s and a C6, and so we'll probably won't see those tires until maybe an hour from now. They'll be in like the last half hour, maybe. To be quite honest. And it's Alex, Albin, and Hamilton both are going to be the two drivers who will have those two sets of tires. So a set of C5, C red on the track. Well, that's Hamilton. That's his car. But we're talking about the C. We're talking about a soft tire, which we haven't seen all weekend long. That's probably an issue with the data stream. Let me just take a look. There we go. I mean, he's in the pit right now. Yeah, that's something that's in the data stream. So I'm looking at another timing chart from F1, and he does not have a tire listed next to him. Albon's coming out. Do note that both Albon's and Verstappen's lap times include their morning session, so that they are, Albon has 100 laps. That includes, basically about 60 laps from the morning, and Max's number includes 47 laps from the morning. Should be more. Yeah, about 65, I think was Albon's number. So do keep that in mind when you're looking at those two particular numbers. I mean, Antonelli did 61, but that was the whole morning session. Leclerc did 66. That was the whole morning session. Now Hamilton is at 90 minutes to go. Yeah, guys, please be careful with your language. We do have kids who do show up in this chat. We are trying to be family friendly. I want to thank the over 2,227. We've averaged about 2,000 throughout the entire stream. More right now, and I think for obvious reasons, this is the final hour, 2 hours of testing. Pete Stone says that Lawson is too much of a cowboy. Need to learn how to be consistent. Well, it is what it is. It is who he is. What tire did Sainz do the fastest lap? Yes, I don't remember yesterday's. I didn't see the fastest lap with him yesterday, but I would assume it was either a C3 or a C4 compound, what would be equivalent to the soft tire at the race here normally. Again, yesterday was special as we did see the rollout of the intermediate tire on track. Where's Sainz and Lawson? They drove yesterday for the whole day. So Max has a whole day today, and Albon has had the whole day for their team. Again, every team did a mix of both drivers on the first day. The only two teams to do a whole day with a driver was Red Bull and Williams. And we're getting to dusk right now on track. In the next half hour, it will be. It's still blue sky at the moment, but in the next half hour or so, it will be this this darker blue into black for night. Albon just crossed the line to P4 with a 1:30.202 lap time. That's 0.358 off of Max's fastest time. Again, when we had left, Leclerc was top of the board, and Antonelli was behind him. So while they're falling back to 0.967 and over a second in terms of their gaps, again, Hamilton's only half a second off. Albon is now 3.58. Russell is 210, and Gasly is 0.196 in terms of his gap. So we're 2 tenths with P2, P3, almost 4 tenths with Albon, and 5 tenths with half a second with Hamilton right now. KSK007, is there new tire specifically for street circuits? Yes, that's the C6. It's a red soft tire. How it's going to be. It's being presented this weekend, and that's intended for street circuits. We have not seen those tires used yet. Again, Williams and Ferrari are the only two teams that have just opted to take a set of that tire. I suspect that they will be used in the next, in at some point in the next 90 minutes, probably at least 30 minutes from now, more maybe an hour from now is when I would expect to see those tires. Track temperature, coolest, basically if you're going to use that, that C5, C6 compound, use it at the best possible moment, which is going to be at the end of this session. Cool, when the track temperature has dropped about 8 degrees actually since it peaked. So it got to about, I think, 33 degrees. So it's actually dropped about 9 degrees since it peaked earlier today. And now as as the sun is now setting, we're now going from dusk into the twilight and night. That track temperature is going to drop a little bit more. So is the air temperature. So that will help performance, as well as the track is being rubbered in, and that's going to be a bit of track evolution as we've been on this track for 3 days with a little bit of rain, yesterday. So use those tires at the best moment is basically what's gonna happen. People here in comments are just believing that this testing result is going to be tempting harder, and he's laughing. It's like, dude, no, we're not deluded. No, I mean, No, we've been telling you that that we can't really tell at the top of the order what this means or what whatsoever. I mean, yeah, here's Max P1. He just his last lap he did a fastest sector 2. He has the fastest time. He did a 129. But he's been middle of the board at times. Gasly's here P2. We've seen Russell at the top of the board. We've seen Hamilton at the top of the board. We saw Sainz at the top of the board yesterday. So, it's not that we can know again the purpose of this testing and for us is to give us an idea who's got their act together and who's looking good in a basic in a meaningful way, who's looking good. And we know the top four are looking okay. They're gonna, there will be a fight among them as we go forward. In the morning session, they were separated by point 0.4. It's 0.5 right now, given that, yeah, I mean, that we've got Gasly in the mix. It's now top five with Hamilton, just more than a half a second. We know that Alpine is looking better. They've each day have looked better. Like right now, they've at this point, Gasly is P2. That's not indicative of race pace or anything other than Alpine's got their act together. The other side has been that um, Carlos looked great yesterday. He had a great day yesterday. He was top of the board. That's a big deal. And so Williams all the past 2 days as well have looked really good. Aston Martin has had issues. Stake has had issues. I mean, Behrman had part of his driver and the engine cover blown off. Stroll's not on track right now. He is a bit. I know it's. I don't know why Stroll does not. It's not even he has a test tire. There is no tire there at the moment. And I don't know. I don't know why. It's something in the data stream. He's not even on. He's not even on the track at the moment. So when he comes back on, that will eventually get populated. And we have a yellow flag, and that has resolved back to green. So it's like someone came off the track and came back on. That has not happened much this today. Yeah, you need to give like slack on Lando because he did the morning session. So was it Sonota? Looks like Sonota may have caused that. The track is clear at this point. Yeah, no, Norris's time was set in the morning session. Same with Antonelli's and Leclerc's. So the fact that they're in the top 10 after everything has been said and done so far, um, that's a big deal. I mean, Doohan was also in the morning session, P11. Then again, Aston Martin seems off for height. It seems off. Yeah, it's not. Not. It feels more like that. There's something up with the Aston Martin so far. Again, it could easily be something that we get into the next few races. Alonso gets a podium, gets a pole. Everything that's gone wrong here is good. The narrative changes. So don't. This is just setting the narrative going into the first race. Really, Lewis pointing out that the morning session warmer also we did have 70 km/h winds. That was coming out of the northeast. So the wind has shifted back to the north. We're down to 5.8 km/h from the north. It did shift a little bit to the northeast during that morning session as well. So there was wind. If I'm pointing out that we maybe see fast laps at the end of the session, but it's not. Yeah, I think we're going to see the fastest lap. I think those red tires from again Williams and Ferrari. So Alex and Hamilton, I expect them to use those tires at the end of the session. And I had a feeling that had always been the case. Why we hadn't seen them yet. I know Pirelli would really want to see those tires in use. Why no Lawson and Haja? Oh well, Haja drove this morning. Lawson drove all day yesterday, so he won't be. He wasn't. He's not driving today. The other thing is, same with Carlos Sainz. He drove all day yesterday, so we're seeing it's an all day. It's an all day affair with Max and Alex Albon. Leandro for saying Forza Ferrazzi from Brazil. And Aston Martin's car has been pulled apart once again. Nose cone is off, wheels are off, Stroll is out of the car. Has his helmet on, but he's out of the car. So it'll be a while before Aston Martin gets back on track, if at all. They probably will, but it'll be a while. KSK, are you the man that narrated the 2021 final race? I was not. I was not on stream in 2021. Is anyone driving a go-kart league? Are you guys all watching F1 for views? I mean, for me, I've been only watching F1 for a few years, but again, I'm American, so I've also watched NASCAR. I've also watched IndyCar. I've watched IMSA as well. Prediction for the fastest lap time? I'm not going to predict that because I'm always wrong. I've learned not to predict that one, Joel, because I know I'm wrong. Max has gotten again. He does a 129.799. So we'll definitely be in the 129s. That's all I can say. But after that, don't know what else to tell you. It will be interesting to see what Hamilton and what Albon, if they put those Reds on, how fast they'll be. What's up, Stroll? Why is he in bad shape? I mean, he was sick this morning. He was supposed to do the morning. He was supposed to do the morning session, but it was not well enough to do it. He has improved, but it means that Alonso did the morning session, did all the morning session, and now here's Stroll doing the night session. Again, they've also pulled his car apart in the garage, so there's issues. Still a drug problem. Alonso is going to replace him to finish the test. No, no. Stroll's back. Stroll is driving in this session. It's just his car's just pulled apart in the garage at the moment. They're working on something. Who narrated this channel when Max won the first world championship? That would be Ryan. That would be Ryan. Ryan basically chose at the end of chose last season that he would after the end of that season he was going to step back from commentating, and I give him credit for having done so. I wish him well, um, and at some point he'll probably be back for a race or two. Why has Lando been in the pit so long? Because Oscar is driving this session. He was in the morning session, not this afternoon session. Looking what else? Looking at what's going on. So Stroll is back in his car. They are tightening things down on the car itself. They've got a panel open in the front of the car, but before the wing, and they're still working on that. So it looks sooner than later that Stroll will be back out on track. So we've got Sonoda out on track right now. He's done 64 laps, so he's done already with an hour and 15 minutes to go. Actually, an hour and 12 minutes ago, I should say. He's done 64 laps. So he's already done 7 more than the race itself. He's on a used hard tire, and he's been on track for 17 laps. And that's one of the longest runs. So he may be in P20, P18 on the board right now, but he's pounding out laps. And that's that. I think that's the big thing. He just pitted. So he just did a 17, 18 lap stint on a used hard tire set. Who is Dude Edit asking about? I'm in Dallas area, dude. It started at 1 a.m. for me as well. Don't be complaining about that. Yeah, only one driver per team. It is one car slash one driver per team during each of the sessions. So that's why you see Gasly in the morning. We had Doonan. Verstappen, again, is doing both of the sessions today, whereas Liam Lawson did both of the sessions yesterday. Now, what's going on? No, it is. Um, Yeah. Okay. Was seeing Alonso. I wasn't seeing Stroll. It looks like they're swapping back to Alonso apparently. So that's interesting. El Cook, hello. Again, one of our regulars in green, part of the family. Again, if you have not like subscribed, now's a great time to do it. We just did hit 135,000 subscribers. That is another that is a milestone. So celebrate. Let's celebrate that. Yeah, let's celebrate that 135,000. What is this So 20 of you are going to be lucky new members of the channel. Chameleon, you got a gift. Congrats. Neil Wong, Raj, you guys are all new members of the channel. Exotic. Should be more. Wing Wang Chan, you have been gifted a sub. Adams been gifted a sub. Barely started. You are now. Vicky, congratulations. You got us got gifted. It's going slow. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Did 20 of them. It's okay, Nathan. It is you can do if you can. It's not. It's okay if that you can't. And this was random. I only think it said 7 of my 20. That's interesting. Yeah, you got a membership again, Camillin. So it looks like it only announced 7 of the 20. That's interesting. But anyways, there we go. Mike Long, Coco Up, Keith, Splash Barada, Zanny, Forty. There we go. Now it's Sarah John, Yannick, Albert, Symphony, BK. You guys all got memberships from me this morning. And this is to celebrate 135K, passing that mark. I'm good at dodging memberships. Again, it is random. Oh, wow, it's taken YouTube a while to figure this out. There's a couple more. We're at 1,446 likes. Yeah, we're 54 away from 15,000, 1,500. I did, Vicky. Again, all you now have access to the emojis on. Again, Stefan is showing them off right now for you, but you now have access. If you click the little smiley face in the chat box, you can add emoji. And you'll have access to those.
If you're a
Now, if you guys are able to continue your subscription after the gift runs out, that'd be great. But no, if you can't, don't feel bad. Don't worry about it. Looks like Simit Dragon is one of the people who got a subscription. So freshly printed new members, new family members. Again, you guys will definitely have this through Australia. I don't know how far, but definitely through Australia. Right now, I'll get back to Axe. Alonso has returned to the track. So Aston Martin has decided to switch out Stroll for Alonso. It could be that Stroll is sick again, and he's not well enough. It could be that this was planned. So for the last hour or so, they're going to put Stroll. They're going to take Stroll back in, put Alonso out for give Alonso some running under representative conditions for quality and for the race itself. Alonso's back out. We do not know what, and I think that's why he did not have a tire because they were switching out for Alonso again. So we got 5 on track right now. Hulkenberg, Albon, Russell, Alonso, Ocon right now on track. Again, if you guys can, again, I want to thank the 2,258 who are watching right now. We've been averaging them again to about 2,000 through the session all 3 days. So the fact we've got more, thank you. Thank you for you could be watching along with several other places. So the fact that you're with us, we appreciate that. Max has been in pits a very long time. Yes, the Max has been in. Mike is breaking. I just yawned, unfortunately. Again, I'm been up since 1 a.m. Got a little bit of rest between the lunch break. That would have been about 4 hours ago. Yeah, unfortunately, Nathan. Unfortunately, YouTube does not allow you to pick people to give memberships to specifically. Not from the chatter. So it's just I can only gift 20 people randomly. Is it over? No, we've got about an hour left to go, KSK. And we did a vote 3 hours ago. We've got over 6,500 votes in that so far. Who will win the 2025 constructor titles? 57% think it's going to be McLaren, 27% McLaren, sorry, Ferrari 57%, McLaren 27, Red Bull 11, and then Mercedes 4. And that makes sense with Mercedes. I mean, they've got Kimi Antonelli. He's going to make mistakes. He's just it just I don't see them. Yeah, it's just Kimmy is he's gonna earn points. He's just not gonna be. He's gonna be making mistakes. He's gonna be learning. 57 though. Think Ferrari. That's huge. That's almost 2/3. That's huge. That you guys think of Ferrari. Yeah, a lot of good vibes for Ferrari. And that's how their season usually starts, on these high pedestals of good vibes and let's go and craziness at Montanello, and then it all comes crashing down as they get hit with other teams doing better than them. Um, hey Tifosis, you know you love me. You guys. Do you think Hamilton might win a race? Definitely, he will definitely win a race for Ferrari. Could he be the drivers' championship? That's the expectation. That literally is the expectation. Is he going to be world champion with Ferrari? And that's crazy. Can someone explain why McLaren is so slow today? They're not that slow. Gotta remember that Norris's time was in the morning session, and Oscar has only. I don't think he's been on the medium tire. He has. I mean, he's currently. Let's bring up more information. I mean, Oscar's done. He's not on track right now, but he did 12 laps on a hard tire, so he wasn't going for that fastest speed. We have Albon back on track. He's on a new medium tire. In fact, Max and Gasly are also on tracks with a new medium tire as well. Personally thinks Hamilton will win his 8th title this with Ferrari. Jonathan asking opinion on the top times across the 3 days. I mean, it was Lando day 1. It was Science day 2. We've got right now Verstappen and Gasly P1, P2. And the top 5 are a half a second. It's one of those. I think Sainz being top of the board in a Williams is the surprise. That's the big surprise. And we had seen that Williams had done well the past 2 days as well. So they're in the mix. To see Gasly, P2 right now. We knew Alpine was doing well, and to see them now out, here P2, making a statement in that regards. That shows, that's a testament to Gasly's skill as a driver. But it's also that, maybe Alpine is not as chaos drama as we expected. I mean, still with Dunan and Colapino, that's drama right there. That is looking Yeah, it's I don't know what Flavio's thinking, but you don't sign Colapino the way you do to not have him not drive. Whereas maybe like one DNF can make the difference between a teammate dual easily. Yeah, pretty much so. And it's not, and it can be not even their fault. KSK has joined the family. That was not one of my 20s. So you have joined on your own accord. Thank you so much. Joel, I know you've got an edge, but they'll be one and done pretty quickly. You'll be back. As soon as Flavio Vittori joined Alpine improved, that's one of those. That's one of those. They were going to improve. I think he definitely forced the issue on several things. I'm not necessarily he and Albin has gone P1 on the board. He did a 129.96 129.650. That's 1.49 faster than Max. He did a 28.652 in sector 1, fastest sector 1. Improved in sector 2. He did lose some time in sector 2. He did improve there. We'll see if Max right now is puddling along. He might. We'll see when he comes across the line if Max goes for a new flying lap. Why has Albin done so many extra laps? Because he did the morning session. So you got to take about 60 of those laps off the board. 60, 65, about 60 to 65 laps off because he was driving this morning. Max, you got to take 47 off of his number, unfortunately. So he did not do as much. He didn't do a whole race run. And the thing you got to know about Albany is that he does have a set of C5s and C6s to use. Same with Hamilton. I expect them to see those come out, be broken out in the next hour, if not in the last 30 minutes of this session. Cooking over at Williams. Yeah, they're definitely. Um, so Max is in, and looks like they're going to bring him in to the garage. Snow is out on track. He's on a medium tire. It's a used medium. Alonso's been on 7 laps on a hard tire. Hulkenberg 11 laps on a medium. Ocon doing 20 laps. He's done 20 laps on a hard, and then we've got Russell out 13 laps on a hard, and then Gasly 4 laps on a medium. Again, Albin and Verstappen have pitted. They're bringing Albin into the garage, and I'm wondering if they're do. So they're taking the tires off. I was hoping to see if we were putting a new tire back on, but it doesn't look like at the moment. Who's season fast, McLaren or Red Bull? Red Bull right now has an advantage. I mean, we got Max in P2. Um, Oscar's been out there. Why is his tire not a question mark? So it hasn't pushed down correctly. It now just it's a used medium tire. That was odd. Ocon getting his 21st lap on those hard tires. So one of the things that is concerning with Pirelli is that because it was cooler these 3 days than normal, the tire degradation that they're seeing is much less than would be during when they're going to run the race itself. It's going to be harsher, it's going to hotter, and it's going to be harder on those tires during that run. And we're going to see the C1, C2, C3s, which is the harder three tires, come out that weekend. Sizzle thinks that Lando is going to win the World Drivers' Championship. I know people think that Hamilton will win. People are predicting the fifth for Max. Some people have gone with Charles. I'm all cool with all your predictions. They're all contenders. So let's put it that way. They're all contenders. Again, it says we miss Gotufi. No, no, I don't miss Gotufi at all. I don't miss him. Good. He has left the sport pretty much. He's basically right now at he is in school. I think he's in school at Harvard of all places, and he's basically getting a business degree. So it's very possible that Gotifi will be back, but he won't be back as a driver. He'll be in some sort of business position with a team or team management eventually. Cook thinks you're. I'm hoping Oscar. I'm thinking you're meaning Oscar for the World Drivers' Championship. I mean, him and Lando are contenders as well. We got people cheering on for Hamilton. He is on track right now on a used medium tire. Oscar's on track right now. He's on a medium tire as well. Again, Russell's 15 laps on a hard tire, and Ocon did 22 laps on a hard tire as well. That's currently, they're both still on track. So they're on a long run programs right now. It could very easily that Ocon is pushing that tire as much as he possibly can to see what type of tire whisper he could. He could easily go another 10 laps on that tire. We're under 50 minutes left to go in this session right now. Kobe thinks Ferrari wins World Driver Constructors, but Max wins World Driver the World Drivers Championship. McLaren doing the tuning thing again. Yeah, that's them trying to like testing the different configuration of the wings, whatnot to see how it performs. And that means it needs consistency from Oscar to do like that type of A/B testing. Lewis is doing more race runs. Right now it looks like he is. He's on a medium tire. That would be used. That would be the soft. I think the equivalent of the soft. Check. Yeah, Hamilton's on the C3. That would be the soft tire during the race. So this would be equivalent to a race. Using the soft tire during the race. Right now. We only need 5 more likes to get 1,500. Why is Alonso on track to Stroll? Well, I mean, Alonso was supposed to do the afternoon session to begin with. The only reason why Stroll was out on track is because he was sick this morning. And so Alonso basically has not done an afternoon session. So the Haas is coming in. So they're rolling in Ocon. So he has done 23 laps on that hard tire. And they're going to send those over to Pirelli for evaluation after being run so long. That will probably what happened with Russell. He'll probably another 6 laps. Probably coming in the next 6 laps or so, and those tires are going to also go over to Pirelli for evaluation. We just hit 1,500 likes, 1517 actually. Thank you so much, everyone. You guys are helping us with the YouTube algorithm. Russell is on a C2 tire, which is would be the medium tire for the Bahrain race. Yeah, the timing board for F1, there's something wrong with that board, with how that gets updated, because it's not updating um the information at tire information is not getting to that board as it should be. The banner down below when they're pointing out a particular driver, that's correct, but that's not pushing to that vertical piece for some reason, and I don't know why that. Max is in the garage right now. Is he in the car? I can't even tell if he's in the car. They're following right now. So Noda, he's in a C3 tire. That would be the soft tire. He's gone wide. I don't know if he went off. He's got DRS open. It's interesting. Why did Max do a field? He didn't do. He only did 47 laps, which is only 10 off from the whole race. So it wasn't. It wasn't a bad morning. It was just a. It could have been. It's just a slightly. It's out of out of 10. He did like a 7 in terms of laps. It wasn't great. It wasn't bad. It was just what it is. Oscar right now on a C3 tire. They're going wide or near that turn 4. That's where they've been getting into trouble. Max on an out lap right now, out to cook again. We've got Gasly, Hamilton, Russell, Oscar, Tsunoda, and Verstappen on track. So 6 out of the. Says Max is on a C3. We'll see if that's actually the case. I don't actually have a shot of him. They're right now focusing on Oscar during his current run, where he's improved in some sectors. He's improved in Hall sector too. He's only 0.8, 9 tenths off of Albon's time. Still okay, but he had to pass Ferrari. He had to pass Hamilton on track, so that didn't really exact help his time. Oscar is going to move up to P6 with a 1:30.663 time, and Hamilton is pitting. With 40 minutes to go, will we see that red tire come out? Is this the member? Were all the memberships handed out? Apparently they were, Nathan, and I don't think I got all the names in chat, which is interesting. So anyone who's on a C4 tire, that's going to be a softer tire than would actually be used here at this track. So Albin right now is on an outlap. Apparently, it's reporting a C4 on the board. Max right now is on a C3. Hamilton was on a C4, it looks like. Yeah, you guys have to be careful with the tires because like the there are two compounds for the hards. There's two compounds for the mediums. There's two compounds for the softs. And the compounds that are used in this track are the two hards and one of the mediums. In fact, the medium, the C3 which is listed as medium, is the soft compound at the race. So Max is under he's in under a tenth after two sectors. Let's see how he's doing. He's lost some time around the last two curves. He's picking up speed again. And Max is going to take P1 129.566. So that's a 0.084 gap between him and Albon right now. Albon is on track, so he could come out. He just did it. He's on an outlap right now, so he could be doing a flying lap soon. Russell not improving off Gates. With Gasly, is he going to take off? No, Gasly is not taking off. Let's take a look at Alpine. Is he going to take off? Or is he going around again? Albon might be going around again with these tires, though. They are used mediums, so. Albon is using a C4 tire, which is again a softer than what would be normally used at this race course. Yeah, if Hamilton comes out with those red tires, expect them to last maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 laps at most, and they're really soft tires. KFC 11 11 12, yelling out Mad Max. He is mad. Don't get me wrong. I know people hate him, but he is an insane driver. So someone's asking, what do they mean by sandbagging? So, literally, the term sandbagging comes from the fact that teams would put sandbags into their car to add weight to slow the car down, in order not to show their hand. And that's where that can't. Yeah, they were literally putting sandbags in the car to add weight to slow the car down. And that was again to not show their full potential, so that if they're doing a lap that and it's 2 seconds off, um, the other team can count. Well, that's the speed that we have to go. We need to match. They would target that as opposed to the real. Yeah, that's it's about hiding information from other teams. Ultimately, we have started returning to the track. We've got Albon on track. He's got been 2 laps on our used medium. Gasly's done 13 on a new set of mediums, and then Russell's done 22 on a new set of hards. So he is probably going. Um, yeah, we'll take a look. He could go at least another 2 laps or more on those hards. Again, as soon as Russell comes in, those tires are going to come off, and they're going to go over to Pirelli. I'll count to 23 laps on a new hard. So Russell is pitting now. So that basically that's 20, and then again another 23 laps on that hard tire. So that's going to be Pirelli is going to have data from those tires. Yeah, Max has been on a C3 tire. Albon's going around again right now. Is he just on used medium right now? So Russell coming out of the pits. Russell's coming out on new hard tires. It looks like. Is that going to get updated? Or it's the same hard tires? I don't know. Just Gasly's pitting right now. So at least Albin, Alonso, Sonoda. Russell's on track. It's just not updating correctly. And it looks like he's on a new set of hard tires. Oh, why is Sonoda? That must be an error somewhere. 6 minutes for his last lap. That can't be right. Pirelli have an insane job to do. It's easy to take granted for the work they do. The thing about Pirelli though is that they have some. It's not as hard as it could have been if there was another. Did they count Sonoda's cooldown lap? They might have. That's something. Yeah, that must be an error in the data. But and El Cook giving us Australian, I believe, Australian 20. Thank you so much for the donation. So it just jumped up to a P12 with a 131.461 on a medium tire. That's just the pig spot. We're at 34, under 35 minutes left to go in this session. Again, the last 35 minutes of testing before we get back to the races themselves. Um, there's no going on from either Merc or Ferrari or McLaren, so you can't say Red Bull's fastest. Yeah, but we still have 30 minutes. I'm expecting to see Hamilton on that red tire for the heck of it. I know Albin is out right now. I expect him to come into the pits in the next 10-15 minutes. I'd be disappointed not to see either of those teams try those red tires. And we're at the point where it makes sense to try those red tires. Oscar's only one. So again, you guys looking at Norris this time. Norris did a morning session, so his times are not representative at all in terms of what we're seeing. Oscar right now is just a second back. He's on a medium tire. And it could be that he could be on a flying lap next lap because he's just got back out on track. Right now, the ones to look is if Hamilton comes back on track, what's the tire is he going to be? Again, we're in the zone now. If you're going to do a flying lap, that should be coming in the next 10-15 minutes. So hold on. I suspect that we're going to see some really flying laps at the end of the session. If didn't bring politics to sport, what really you guys gonna go there? Um, but let's be honest here about Hamilton politics. Uh, the F1 has given Hamilton, again being a seven-time world champion, has given Hamilton a platform to talk about the human condition. Let's be honest. He's talking about the human condition. He's talking about Um, oh, what is going on, you guys? Just happened here with you guys in chat. Come on. but let's be honest. Having success in F1 um, has given him a platform. And if you've got a problem with that, I mean, Oscar just went P3 with a 129.940. For those of you, so he's on 4 tenths back. I mean, so they've got Max in the garage. They don't have tires on this car though, so that is yet to be seen. I was waiting, but at least something. I'm just looking at why the lagging. You can see people cheering on for Oscar's P3. That's interesting that the map is lagging. It's actually frozen for me. So that has happened a couple times. We had issues with the map earlier this morning. Um, give it a minute or so, and it will reset. Yeah. So for me, the track is actually. I need to put you guys in timeout. No, you guys need to stop fighting. My God, this is preseason testing, everyone. Go walk. Go step away and walk for 5 minutes, please. All right, back to what's going on there. Pulling Oscar into the garage. Why are they? Did he miss the garage? Miss what the heck? What was I missing while I was moderating you guys? They just rolled him back a few garages into his own garage. So let's just take a look at the F1. Could be could be something on their end. So the issue is not okay. So the data that we're getting from F1 has broken, and I know this because the F1 the chart on the F1 website showing drivers' positions is stuck in the same position as we see here. So it's something that has gone wrong with F1's data stream. That's F1 broke something, and we're just waiting for them to start updating cars again. That's why you're not seeing that chart on screen, because it's something that's broken across the board. Someone in F1 needs to plug things back in, I guess. And we have a yellow flag. Esteban Ocon has come off the track. He's going to rejoin, and we're going to return back to green flag. So it's just so basically that yellow flag is basically for him coming off track and coming back on. I mean, Audie's now in control of the stake team. That's the big issue in that with him. I mean, him basically Bartolo and Hulkenberg are on board for that rebuild of that team and to um, what that when they switch over to Audi next year, they're going to be the two drivers. I don't. Oh, that's a full spin. And there were two other drivers that went around. I think, but Aston Martin and the Stake went around him as well. Yeah, BK, we know the map is frozen. That's not something that we can do. It's something that literally it's something that F1 has broken because their map is broken as well. That they're not showing it. That's why you're not seeing anyone that map on the F1 TV. It's something so far upstream. I don't know what else to tell you. Uh, so Max did miss his box. Position in pit lane is dictated by championship order, so forgive the Dutchman, given the Red Bull have been that prime spot for the last 2 years. No, it's the live feed. I mean that there's that, but I mean you're talking about more data. Yeah, comedy is glitching right now. Comedy is losing their voice. I did do the morning session. Uh, Max is just is in the pits right now currently. Trying to see where. Got replay. It looks like the Williams locking up. Yeah, that's the Williams locking. Those tires are not moving. What did box? His old box. So McLaren is in the first box where he had been previously. For the past 4 years. So there's now video evidence of Max trying to go to his old box where McLaren is. Again, the order of where people are in the boxes. Oh, they put the screens up around Hamilton. That's interesting. So Hamilton, so they've got screens up at the Ferrari garage, and that's an indication of they've pulled, um, they've pulled, pulled, they basically pulled data. And Max just spun on track, and he's back in back. They still. Why is it still yellow though? If it's not Max, okay, we're back to green flag. So while we were looking at Hamilton, oh yeah, Max did a full spin. Looking at right now, and Max is the map is now fixed. So yeah, it was what was going on is something with data being pushed out from F1, and as soon as they fixed that, we were just waiting for the new data to come. Why are they saying out? They're doing something. They've done something to the car. They may have taken the floor out. That's usually the reason why the screens go up because they're going in and taking out the floor. So we'll see if Hamilton comes back out. So it just goes P7 with 130.789. What tire is he on? He's on. They're not. That's not being pushed out correctly. Oscar's tire. He's on a new tire, but it's not pushed out correctly. Same as Gasly. They're not. Yeah. So there's issues with the data stream, and it's upstream from F1 because even their boards are not showing things. Um, we got 19 minutes to go in this session. Who do you think will have an edge next season? Rules for set? I have no clue. It's too early to even have an idea what the rules are going to look like. Yeah. Ask a year from now at the end of preseason testing next year. It's yeah. We have no clue what those rules are going to how it's going to reset things. Who do you think the best livery? I'm partial to the Racing Bulls. Because of how it looks. It's just different. Where do you find this data? I mean, it's the public API from F1 itself. I mean, we're using a multiviewer to display it to you, but I mean, like it's the same data that's on the F1 website. So all that our board is now repopulated with the information because their information is repopulated now. Max just comes out and sets fastest lap. Are we still getting driver's radio? We will get driver's radio during the race itself. Yeah, during FP1 and when we get to an actual race weekend, we'll actually have that information. We're not getting that right now. We're also trying to get that. To be honest with you, the driver's radio not that interesting. Anything that comes interesting out of the radio ends up on F1 TV. So again, we're trying to provide you the best information as possible. It looks like they're prepping Oscar to go out one more time. I'm not sure what set of tires though. It's interesting that Hamilton, the screens are up for him. Also, Albon's in the pits. They're now doing pit stop challenge. And that was like a pit stop test for Alpine. Finally, the pit test the race sim done for Russell. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed with Ferrari not putting Hamilton out on those red tires. Hopefully, he will come out within the next 5-10 minutes or so. We've got Hulkenberg, we've got Ocon, we've got Gasly on track right now. Verstappen coming out, he's in pits right now. I thought he would come out, but we've got 15 minutes. We'll see when it happens. What is Mark Lowe known for? He's the F2 champion from last year, Andrew. Isaac Hajah, who's the second driver at Racing Bulls, was second in F2 last year, and he had a chance to take it from Borleau, but there was an issue with his car in the last race. Yeah, he did. He did. So he did win F2, F3, then F2 in a row, which that's a big deal. Yeah, no one has used the C5 or the C6 compound as of yet. KSK. Trying to see what you guys are saying in chat right now. Looking at, we've got a few more. Albin out. What tire though? Come on, guys. Stop being lewd. Hang on, they brought the C6 back. Yeah, so the C6 is a new soft compound. It's going to be intended for um, street tracks like Monaco. You know, I'm going to put you out for the rest. I'm not. Got people spamming chat for no good reason. People fighting in chat today, crying out loud. Anyways, back to action right now. Now we're following along with the Alpine right now, so that's Gasly and the car. It's a morning session today, but he's out. He's been out on track a couple times, and he's on track right now. Stroll has been vomiting all day and night, not 100%. I mean, that's we knew he was not okay. Does anyone the engines used in testing count towards the engine quota? Does not, Bobby K. So the engine doesn't. So there's two things we have to keep an eye on here. The engines used in testing do not count toward the quota for the season. They do. The cost of having those engines do cost against the cost cap. So there's two pieces of play here. They're not counted towards the quota, but the cost of them to use them is going to be tied to the cost cap. So Verstappen's out. Oscar's on an outlap. Ocon's on an outlap right now. Yeah, we're about 10 minutes left to go. Whereas Lewis, basically, they have put screens up around his pit entrance, and that's an indication they're pulling apart the car. He may not come back out because of that amount of work they may be doing. I'm like hoping it's just like they're switching out the floor. But I'm very if Lewis doesn't come back out, that's one of the teams with the C5 C6 compounds. Or 9 minutes left to go. Yeah, the floor is something they do keep very secret because essentially, with the ground effect rules that we have, the floor has become one of the most important parts, and how that the floor is set up to funnel the air through it is huge. It's a big, big, big secret. That's why in Monaco, when they had to when they took um, Checo's car off the grid. They lift it up in crane literally up in the air vertical. It showed everyone the floor for Red Bull, and that was a big big deal that had happened. Yeah. So right now we again this is Friday the 28th. We will be back in 2 weeks. Well, less than 2 weeks actually now. For me, literally FP1 is going to be Thursday night at 8:30 on the 13th of March. So in 2 weeks, we'll be back for the Australian Grand Prix. Let me see if the mm, yeah, we are a few minutes away from safety car red flag procedure. That is correct, Camille. Max on a push lap. We are definitely on now or never moment for these cars and for the. I guess Russell took. Yeah, I did announce the Russell. Wow, he did. His lap was did a faster lap actually. He's only 0.021 faster than Max. You're gonna have to deal with me through these last 5 minutes. I have been on ear almost 6 hours today. Started the morning session, did the whole thing with Evan. Or those who have not met Evan or heard of Evan, he's one of our new commentators. He'll definitely be here during the Australian Grand Prix. Well, not the Grand Prix itself, but the definitely FP1. He will be at the Grand Prix itself. So he's got congratulations to him for getting tickets. Albon's about to pass Ocon on track. We are now 5 minutes to go in this session. When we finally come to our close to our massive behemoth 9 hours of coverage, you'll be taken to the FP1 for the Australian Grand Prix in the next 2 weeks. If you can give us um, a if you can give us a like on that before you go, that'd be helpful with our logarithm. If my voice is quiet, it's because my voice is I'm starting to lose my voice. Is why even with the turn up, it's why you're having a hard time hearing me. Excuse me, everyone. So, let people be delusional. Um, it's more like, here's the thing. Um, there are constantly delusional fans. I pick on the Tifosi, for example, for that reason alone. Uh, but I respect them at the same time. But ultimately, let them be delusional. Enjoy them being delusional. Oh, Crash, you're a nuisance. I'm very much a nuisance. But here's the thing. Enjoy when they are wrong, is what I'm telling you. Like, they're delusional. Enjoy it. You know they're wrong. There's a moment where you need to step back and just sit back with a box of popcorn and have fun. And when they're that wrong, that's when you munch the most popcorn. Like, do you think that the top teams are sandbagging? No, they're not sandbagging. Well, I mean, they bringing in Hamilton for the last 30 minutes of the session and pulling his car apart. That is a tactical decision. I'm disappointed in Ferrari that they didn't send him out on, that C5 or C6 compound that they reported as having. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Albin didn't go out on one of those compounds as well. Like, even for a blaze of glory, that's unfortunately. Again, you guys have been listening to our live coverage of the preseason testing. This has been the Racing TV channel, and this has been Grash losing his voice with you. We've got about in 25 seconds left to go in this session. Again, once we hit zero, we're going to go directly over to um, the FP1 for the Australian Grand Prix. I want to think we've had we're peaking right now at 2,478 viewers. Thank you so much. 1,623 likes as well. Almost 2,500 viewers. We did hit 135,000 subscribers today, and that's another milestone towards our march forward. We are under a minute left now. Verstappen, Russell back. Oh God, you want to crash, do you, Kiara? Want to thank everyone who's been here, the regulars, the new family members, new channel members. Are they racing? It looks like Russell. What? Oscar's coming out of the pits in the last seconds. I'm gonna follow just up. Russell and Max are doing something silly. They're about to cross the line. We're about to hit that. 5 seconds to go. And that's about time that Max and Russell are going to cross the line. And here we go. And no movement on the boards. It looks like just Russell's just riding Max hard through turn one. And the checkered flag has come out. So, checkered flag, everyone. I want to thank everyone who's come here. We're about to move over to the Australian Grand Prix FP1. We will see you in 2 weeks. Take care, everyone. Get some rest. Don't lose your voice like I did. See you soon. Take care for the race.